Hello, hello. Good morning. Welcome. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Hump day. Hope you're making it through the week okay. Thanks for joining me. Playing some Star Citizen today. I know I say that every day, but it's true. That's typically what we do here. I am primarily a Star Citizen streamer. Lying in bed? Oh. In game. Yeah. That's where I start. Speaking of start, where are we? Please be Beijini. That would be cool. I would appreciate that. Map. Yes. Woo. Okay. Yeah, we are getting to work. We are at Beijini. Oh my goodness. Excuse me, folks. I have an issue here. It's a me issue. It's not a you issue. Hold on. Gonna do like mom used to do to your hair. Oh my god, what did I do? It might shake you folks around too a little bit. Sorry for the wiggles. Oh my god, that's so much better. What was that? I must have wiped something off the monitor and yeah, I wiped something off the monitor and the sun's behind. Son of a bitch. The sun's behind me right now, or the light from outside is behind me, and it's coming in at just the right angle so that I can see this smudge on the screen. One for you guys too. There you go. All right. So, work. Star Citizen. We couldn't decide what to do, so I think we're going to grab a Hull C. We're going to see if we can make a couple runs in the Hull C, maybe. And maybe hop off and do some mining. Not sure what kind of mining just yet, but that's our thoughts. That is our thoughts for the day. Man, I need to work something else out here. Let's also lo-fi the stream beats, I think. Yeah, I think I like that. Something just a little more chill in the background is what I was looking for. Hopefully it won't put you all to sleep, but I think a chill vibe is appropriate. We're gonna chat a little bit too. Got on the PTU last night. Got a glimpse of some of the things to come in 4.2. Good stuff is a-coming. Also some frustrating stuff, but mostly good stuff. Rain, dynamic weather is in the game in some form. The buzz out there is confusing. It's dynamic weather. I don't want my game necessarily to be all about the weather. You know what? We're gonna have to claim this here, son of a bitch.
Your insurance claim
15 minutes expedited. We can do that. We can do that. We can totally do that. What did we come here in? In the Caterpillar. Interesting. I kind of wish I could stop the claim now. We could have picked up a load from Bacini in the Caterpillar and went down to Area 18 to pick it up. Hell, I might do that anyway. We can always come right back up here, right? Yeah, let's see about doing that. All right. So, rain. Dynamic rain, dynamic weather. It's cool. If you're on a planet, you want things to feel real. You absolutely could use some sort of weather and lighting that changes, right? If you're standing by a building at a station, over time you want to see that light move. You want to see wind kick up, rainfall, snowfall. Those are cool things. Most games Star Citizen included will have some way that interacts. Star Citizen has it land against your visor and you can wipe it off. You leave footprints. Current implementation of dynamic weather, the rain leaves puddles on the ground and makes the ground glossy. I think there's a lot of games that have done that. Even World of Warcraft does that in some form, right? Just really bloody cool, in my opinion. But there's a couple things going on with the rain. Some people don't think it looks great. It's flipping rain. Honestly, half the time if you look outside when it's raining, you don't see it necessarily. If it's big drops, if the wind is there, if the light is right, then maybe you see the rain specifically, but I don't know. I don't want them to spend the time making sure that every drop is rendered in perfect geometry, and they have particle effects that make them hit the ground and splash and ripple and mist. No, just rain falling, ground gets wet. I'm good. Anything extra they can do with the engine they have that doesn't take a lot away from time, please don't bother. I'm immersed. You made it rain. A couple of fixes that people are on about, I absolutely agree with. Objects should block rain. So if I have a geometrical object here and the rain's coming down, if I get underneath that geometrical object, guess what? The rain doesn't hit me. Super simple, and I'm sure that is planned, so I'm not even freaking out. This is their first implementation. Currently, it clips right through your ship. However, if you're sitting in your ship in a cockpit that opens where you can sit there, you'll notice that there's no rain right there, and then you open up and go out into the rain. So, they're there. Be patient with them, folks. What insufficient inventory? Bite me. Trying to make money here, Star Citizen. What are you doing to me? Maybe I can make 2 runs there. I doubt it. Yeah, I didn't think so.
Please visit us again. Welcome to the ASOP.
So anyway, the rain was cool. It needs some work. I'm sure it'll get the work and the love it deserves. I'm not even worried about it. Not even worried about it.
Your insurance claim has been sent. Please visit us again. Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
The Volt shotgun is in the game. I did not get a chance to check that out, folks. I hear it's pretty good. I flew around in the rain a little bit. There are also new locations. Those of you familiar with the Good Doctor map that you see in Arena Commander, the Good Doctor facility has been placed. It's part of these research facilities if you've read about them. So it's a new event that's a little bit like Mine and Align, in the sense that, like Contested Zones, you have cards to get, doors to open, hoops to jump through to complete the objective. In this particular case, cards and a new objective. The new objective is pretty cool. There's radiation present at the base, and you have to have a radiation suit on to function, or you'll take damage and die. Also, those radiation suits function as a key to certain doorways. Now, if you just have your generic whatever radiation suit on and you walk up to the door and hit scan, nothing. If you wear one of the ones that the NPCs had, guess what? The door opens. Alternatively, you can knock out an NPC and hold them up to the door. I mean, cool, immersive gameplay. Currently, they're not working exactly the way they should be, and it's a laggy mess. But you could at least get a look at the idea, and the idea is pretty sweet. Lots of NPCs, lots of new armor to be had. They look really, really sweet. I look forward to that coming along. Now that I've seen that, I can see that there's definitely 2 or 3 weeks worth of work to get that out the door, which would put it right in line with a patch per month. So good luck to them with that. I will definitely be doing some more testing when I have time. And I look forward to seeing how that event plays out. It's really cool, folks. Your ships don't function in a certain area where there's storms around the base, so you have to take a tram in. So it's kind of like the Siege of Orson was set up, where you go to a location, you take a tram to another location, you take a tram to another location, et cetera, et cetera. Each one of these locations, you can basically do the thing you have to do. So it's set it up in a way that if somebody's camping one area, you can absolutely, ignore that and go somewhere else, which is totally cool. You need variety like that, just like the PAFs. For folks that are afraid to go to the PAFs because they think mostly PvP happens there, there's like 9 of them, folks. Try another one. Those guys can't be everywhere at once. Between the servers and the different locations, you'll find one where you can at least explore and see what it's all about. Possibly pick up a weapon or two or a rare piece of armor. Don't sweat the PvPs. Or, you know that there could be PvP there. Go in prepared and have your expectations adjusted, and that way you're not looting and somebody shoots you and you have a bad time. You kind of knew it might happen, right? I know it's a touchy subject for some, but I'm just saying, don't let the PvP fears control you. Go do your thing. Bring a gun. When somebody shoots at you, you'd be surprised how easily you can shoot back at them, and you might even kill them, and it might even feel good. You might go on a rampage. You might become the next griefer. No, I'm kidding, but you get what I'm saying. Don't let the experience scare you. Give it a shot. It'll be well worth your while. So I've now talked for 8 minutes. I think I can talk for another 7 minutes about various things instead of getting in the Caterpillar. We'll wait for the Hull C. We'll do the Hull C runs. If we want to run the Caterpillar afterwards, we can absolutely do that too. Yeah, we'll just wait for the Hull C and spawn it here at Bajini. And
please visit us again. Goodbye.
I think we're gonna have to. Excuse me. I think we're gonna have to run over to Everest to pick up the contract we want to run. We can probably sort that part out right now, though. So we're looking for the big ones at the end of the thing. All right. 2 Bajini Point. Oh, we can't do those in a Polaris. Polaris. Hello. Hull C. Let's see what we can do. Terra Gateway to Pyro. Everest to Magnus. I think that's the one we're going to do. Matter of fact, we'll take that. Gonna see if we can make some space bucks today doing this. I've been busy. I have not run the Hull C in this patch. I did run it on PTU in the last cycle, and it worked okay. And I ran it in live before the last cycle, and it ran very, very well for me overall. It really did end up dropping pieces of cargo quite often, but again, you're still making like 515, 550. Actually, I think it's 541k for the percentage that it leaves you, so it wasn't bad. Things that have started popping in the verse in 4.2. Now, you've seen them dabble in this before with NPCs. NPCs are starting to walk around with loadouts, and you saw in Pyro, you'll see NPCs using their hand tools to do work and stuff. One of the first things I saw on PTU last night, I got on the tram to go check to see if these new Atlas things were available for us in a kiosk or if we had to get them at a location, which I never did find out. But I got on the train, a doctor-looking gal in a white outfit with snappy sunglasses got onto the thing and stood there just like we do. And when I got off, I had to look over at the wife and I was like, is that a person or an NPC? It turned out it was indeed an NPC. So the NPCs are getting on trains again like they're supposed to be. Hopefully that means they're figuring out pathing. I had to laugh, though, because in the most recent live patch, I've literally seen like all the NPCs in New Babbage. No, not New Babbage, Orison. All the NPCs in Orison around the spaceport. They're like not in the restaurants. They're all inside of the kiosk that sells Finley or Finny or whatever. Too funny. Like they're all trapped inside there because there's no like door to get out or open area. You know where they sell the snacks and stuff. Totally silly.
Welcome to the ASOC Vehicle Retrieval System.
Now, I don't have a lot additional to say about the PTU for the moment. I'm excited about what's there, and yeah, can't wait to try some of that stuff out. Something that did happen, I don't know, a lot of you folks, if you pay attention to your emails and stuff, especially from your Robert Space Industries account, but if you saw the Squadron 42 email, had some cool pictures in there of the F7X, the F8, some other various squadron-related ships. You were able to get a commemorative token from that email. Come on, what was I going to say? Oh, it was just really nice to scroll down to the very bottom. And I know it's been there for a couple letters, but just as a reminder, they're not talking about a possible chance. They're literally advertising Squadron 42 coming 2026. That's going to be awesome. Oh, I ran into a debate in a Discord the other day. Actually, it wasn't a debate. It was just a comment. I didn't refute it. Somebody talking about the pitch, the original pitch, the backer pitch for Star Citizen was Squadron 42, and then the PU came after. That's not entirely true. I didn't correct them there. They're a buddy of mine. I didn't want to make a big deal of it. So here I am making a big deal of it. Actually, I'm not. I want to set this straight for people. I didn't get in at the end of 2012. I got in at 2013. So that's still like one of the original OG backers, right? What we pledged for, what we backed, what Chris Roberts talked about was a game like Wing Commander where you could play, and I'm paraphrasing a lot here, where you can play with your friends. There's a multiplayer aspect. You would be able to kill other players, as well as interact with the universe. He called it Star Citizen back then. He talked about it. One of the aspects he talked about is that there would be a single player mode where you would essentially go through and complete a campaign. And when that campaign was completed, you would jump into the verse, the persistent verse. Again, they didn't maybe use those exact words, but that's kind of what it's definitely what was implied. I'm not stretching the understanding of that statement. Like you play through the single player campaign and you'll hop into the verse, you know, having been indoctrinated into the Navy, and you have citizenship, blah blah blah, and then you move forward. Or you wouldn't have to do that if you didn't want to. You could just start out in the verse and make your way from there. Later on, as that moved along, it was confirmed that this single player campaign was Squadron 42. Even in the backing documentation, you'll see it talk about Squadron 42 later. So the honest answer is the two were pitched together. I didn't buy the single player campaign. If you did, well then that's what you did. If it was the PU you were interested in, well then that's what you did, right? They're not mutually exclusive. It was a same package, but really the thing that he talks about, the overall arcing thing that he talks about, was this persistent universe that you can live and play in, and this leads to this. But he talked about them together. But it's always been represented as Star Citizen. So again, there's a little teeny room for interpretation there, but the honest answer is both ideas were put out there at the same time, but the Squadron 42 idea was as an intro and support into Star Citizen, but they've always existed since the original backing idea. Okay? Not super important. It's just something worth clearing up because there seems to be a lot of misconception out there that Squadron 42 came about in order to specifically fund the PU. No, the two have always coexisted. Let's see. Let's see where our hull seat is. There it is. Let's grab that and go to Everest.
Selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Before we take off to do that, let's run another mission out in Star Citizen. We're running around in the whole E over there. We're gonna take some scrap because we bought up all the iron there was. It takes a while to replenish. So we'll get some scrap from, say, Bicini? And we'll sell it at Pyro Gateway. Hi there. How are you? Yes, that's a flashy cape you got there. Very happy for you. Okay. I'm just seeing what's going on there. Looks like Star Citizen is kicking off like it's supposed to. All right. Let's see a man about a whole sea.
Welcome to the ASOC Vehicle Retrieval System.
Wow. I am not a happy camper. So, we will claim the whole sea here,
Claim has been sent.
which is going to be 15 minutes expedited again and cost us another 20 grand. Actually, we'll let that run. We won't expedite until we come back. We will take an additional cargo mission or 2 or 6 or 3. And we're going to run that down to Area 18 and then back up. That was upsetting, but I'm not going to let it knock me. As the wise rock and rollers once said, I get knocked down, but I get up again. They ain't never going to keep me down. Something like that. That was one 50K mission. That's 2 50K missions. Three 50K missions. Wahaha. 4 50K missions. Do you know why they call me the Count? Because I love to count things. That is sadly the second time I have made that joke in just as many days. I'm really sorry, folks. These things, they do happen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There should be a 6th one. They're not going to do anything at all for our rep. But while we're waiting for the whole sea, they will help line our pocketbook a little bit. By the way, the cargo that I'm taking... Look at that. The cargo that I'm taking is way under 64 SCU. If you're new to the game, if you're hanging out in the verse and you're like, how do I make the gobs of money that those other people make? And people will say vulture, things like that. Well, yeah, you've got to get the money to get a vulture, though. How do I get the money to get a vulture quickly? If you've got, say, 4 hours to play today, do these rookie cargo missions from the space station to the planet below. There are 6 of them. Pay 50K a piece. You can do the math there, right? 300K. It'll take you about 30, 35 minutes to load those up on a rented hull A or in your Spirit if you have one, or your Zeus, if you have any of that ship, if you have any of those ships. I really wanted to cuss that out, didn't I? But like I was saying, if you don't rent a hull C, rent a hull A, 64 SCU, it's like 60K. So off the top of your first mission, you'll pay 60K, and you'll make 300, and then you can subsequently go back to the station and make another 300. If you're very industrious, I think you can find a couple smaller missions to take back up to the space station, and that works in most of the systems. I think the only one that I ever have issues with is at Hurston. The Hurston Everest one doesn't seem to have the same missions, either that or I just miss them. But I always have luck Microtech. I always have luck at ArcCorp and even Orson. So, good way to make some easy money.
Vehicle selected. Stand by.
All right, so it's going to give me issues with this large hangar, isn't it? I don't know what's happening, to be honest with you. Little frustrated about Beijini tanking my hull C after spent all that time talking to you folks. We do have to be careful not to try to load the hydrogen here.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle
Actually, it won't even
retrieval
fit in the
system.
elevator, to be honest with you. So let's try to get the Caterpillar up.
Vehicle selected. Stand by.
You gotta be fucking kidding me. Super frustrated, folks. This is how we're gonna start off the day.
I'm sorry. That is an invalid request.
Cannot
Your
deal
please
with
visit
my
us again.
request at this time.
Welcome
You know what?
to
I
the
can't deal
ASOP
with your
vehicle
request.
retrieval system. Vehicle selected. Stand by.
So the only way I know around this, folks, is this right here. We're gonna have to hop servers. It's been suggested that a character repair might need to happen. I'm not 100% sure about that. Let's see where other people might be. We'll try here. Bum, 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 bum. Back in the bed we are. The only irritating thing is we have to pick up the missions again. But on the plus side, we do not have the hydrogen mission, so we'll leave that till after. So let's try to you know what? Let's get the ship first. And we should run the Hunt the Polaris missions in the background too, and then try to accumulate some more script passively while we're out doing things in the verse today. So that one I can grab right now because we don't want to miss it. Get in on the ground floor. Polaris, do it. Let's go see if we can spawn that caterpillar of ours.
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
The caterpillar.
Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
It says it has.
Please visit us again.
I see a signature. I see a caterpillar. Things are moving in a positive direction again. Yep. Yep, yep. All right. Next thing is to see what we can see about those missions again. So let's go into our hauling contracts. And we're looking for the 50K missions. They look just like that. Now we have a caterpillar. We can obviously hold way more than this. But these are going to be like bang for buck, time for money. These are going to be really, really good for what we're doing. Quick to load, less than 64 small boxes, and we'll make a chunk of change while we wait for our whole sea to be available. You know, we might do some different things too. We might even just take a trip over to Everest independently and spawn it there. And I keep saying the 50K missions, they are the rookie rank missions. Direct planetary, extra small cargo. Let's see, 5, should be one more in here. Should be one more in here. And we'll just double check. I hear tell some people say that there is another one, but I never see it. 50K. All right. Not enough scrap at Bajini, or let's try Seraphim. Build. Excellent. We'll call the cargo up. We'll scoot the caterpillar back a little bit. We want that one, that one, that one, that one. That's 4, 5, and 6. Moving all that good stuff to the elevator. Bringing her up. Excelente. Caution, impact hazard. That means don't stand underneath that. Folks, I hope everybody had a good time with their IAE shenanigans. Not IAE. Oh my god, what's wrong with me today? with their Invictus shenanigans, I hope you got the ships you wanted to get. I hope you were happy to help fund the project. I hope you didn't buy anything that you'll regret later. I hope your buying decisions were informed. I made some switches in my fleet. I used to have a C2 for hauling cargo. Mostly did that with the wife. And I love the C2. The Hercules Starlifter is a great, great ship. I have no complaints about it at all. But the wife and I decided we wanted a big old multi-cruise ship to have fun with the two of us and more. So we funded a Polaris with some of the other things on the account. That left a big hole in the cargo area, but we figured we'd probably just buy something in-game or run smaller missions in our Star Lancers, etc., etc. The other thing that was on my plate for Invictus was I wanted to get the Asgard. I had heard about that and was very excited about the prospect, and so waited for that. Oops, why do I do this? Waited for that. It turned out to be everything I hoped for. And it was cheaper than I expected. So some of the money we had planned on to do what we did, I didn't end up using. So instead, I took the surplus credit, and what we did with the surplus credit was apply that to this Caterpillar here. It was offered on an upgrade deal, and so for $30 less than buying the Caterpillar new, I was able to pick this back up. I had owned it before, the Pirate Edition one. So this will be the bigger cargo hauler that I use for a little bit. And then, of course, I have a in-game purchased Hull C, which is what we're using today. All right, see what I mean? This is a very small load. We can probably load these up into one bay, which is, I think, what I'm going to try. We'll open 2 bays just in case. We seem to be having a problem with some shamalama ding dong stuff here. Spearhead, what's going on, buddy? Good to see you. Apparently my Caterpillar doors are broken. That's a new one. We'll just open them from the thing up there and everything will be fine. Yeah, Caterpillar! We're just running some rookie cargo missions here really quick while we wait for our Hull C to respawn. I had to respawn it up here at Bajini, and then when I went to spawn it in the hangar, it was destroyed. So, no problem. We'll fill our time a different way. All right, let's open doors. Open all doors. Watch that 2-stage action in effect. Folks, I can try to use the Caterpillar's tractor beam to throw these in here for a minute. I just don't feel like I'll be super successful at it. I have a problem operating the big fat tractor beams. They don't seem to work as smoothly as one would want. But we'll try. What normally happens is I'm like, I can do this much faster by hand, so. Yeah, Spearhead, I love it too. I had the pirate one at one point, and then the wife preferred the C2. and we were running cargo together a lot, so I just went ahead and we picked up a C2. I let the Caterpillar go. But for me, for my head cannons, what I enjoy the most, I like this for the look of a cargo ship. So much. Yeah, folks, I'm sorry. I love the idea of the ship tractor beam, but it's so fidgety and finicky. And I try. I got my mouse sensitivity set down lower than when I FPS. And if I'm careful and I pay attention to the crosshair in the middle, it actually loads really well. How's it non-functional? I'm functionating it. I used it yesterday. Sorry. I'm getting snippy with the wife because she's picking on my love ship. I was able to load it up with 16 SCU boxes yesterday with pretty much no problem. Any problems that I created were tractor beam related, and that's a tractor beam issue, not a Caterpillar issue. See, I think if I practice this, I can get better at it. Like I was talking about yesterday, the key is to look at the center of your UI there where the little arrow appears with the mouse and pay attention to that. Do not pay attention to the box. If you want to move things nice and fluid and smooth, watch that you don't get too far away from the center or things will go wonky really fast. Like this. And when you're carrying the beam, I typically watch the box because why wouldn't you? And when you watch the box, which is what I'm going to do now, so I'm going to use the box as my indicator, I do not pay attention to how fast I'm moving. And it tends to be a hairy experience. I do still believe that I could do this much faster by hand, which I'll probably... Oh, yeah, okay, I understand. But, Sabrina, if it's two people loading it, I think it's fine. I think it's got no problems if there's two people loading. Because one person can stay up in the ship and manage that. Now, I didn't go back far enough. So for us to use, I think it's functional. For me by myself, I don't know. We'll see how those boxes look. What's nice is if you get them in there and it's possible, they should snap to the grid. Okay, that's annoying. Yes, and the doors, it's awesome that they go to the ground. But it'd be cooler if I could stack stuff on it. Okay, my idea is exactly something they've done. So if you look at the new MTC, you can put those 8 SCU boxes on a little platform on the outside. And then you hit the button and it collapses and they load in. And then the other two load in right behind it. So that's an animation that does that, has nothing to do with doors. So why not the same sort of thing for the Caterpillar? Why not make those doors? And you know what? That we don't need 2-stage doors, in my opinion. Make the Caterpillar where the animation where the animation comes out, and you set your stuff on here, and it rises up and slides it in. So these would come down. They would be thicker, like a little bit thicker. So they would come down to this position and then extend. And the extension would be just like your cargo grid in the inside. It is your cargo grid inside, effectively. So then you line it all up on the doors, on the platforms. You hit the button. and it goes up, and then it slides into the ship, and then the hatch comes down this way. Done. You don't even have to F with the cross members. That is a bloody fucking great idea. I'm sure I'm not the only one to have thought of that. But then it begs the question, ask CIG, have you ever considered this? And what were the blockers for doing that? Because you'd have to redesign the doors or something? I don't know. Anyway, that would be a cool solution. Yep, that piece is loose. The tractor beam is trying to lock on to the freight elevator platform. Yeah, the old ships desperately need to be reworked. I'm missing another one right now, which is the Reclaimer. And the Reclaimer could definitely use some love. So I think I'm starting to understand why Sigelian does this. You can carry on these conversations and you keep your train of thought, and the cargo thing becomes kind of like background noise in your brain. It's not really stopping you from doing anything. You can still have a conversation while you're moving cargo. A lot of the other things I do, I tend to get quiet because I get super focused on like running a bounty or whatever. I was gonna abandon ship and go out and load these by hand, but I'm sticking to it. I don't know if it's gonna let me stick to it much longer here. There's some ones in the back there that are getting a little weird. So this is another thing, the tractor beam thing. I don't understand why big tractor beams feel so unstable. Why they feel so unstable next to the hand tractor beams. Like, this beam should be solid. It should almost be like a stiff arm. Especially moving something like a 1 SCU box. Because when I use my guns to do this, it is far more stable. Of course, one of the other ideas I had was that this tractor beam should be on a slider of some sort and not affixed under the wing here. So like I could do this with a throttle control, for example, right? Let's say I had my hand on the throttle. So I'm doing all this with the other stick or the mouse. And at this point, I would use the throttle to slide the rail forward to go to the bay that I wanted to go to, and then turn and drop it in that bay, and I would have a perfect view of the bay. Wouldn't that be cool? Man, that's 2 baller ideas from me today. CIG, what do you think? Look, I got my hand over here like it's actually going to work. See, that's what happens when I stare at the box. Well, Sabrina, with any luck at IAE, because I don't know where it's at, but I have a feeling they really want to release the Ironclad this year, and IAE would be the best place to do it with a bang. And if the Ironclad comes, we might turn this Caterpillar into an Ironclad, and that one's got a big old ramp in the front and top access. That just might be the ship for cargo running and our mining operations. The Polaris we can still use for multi-crew and other shenanigans like bunkers and things, but the ironclad could become a mining base or a big cargo operation ship, like mining and cargo. I mean. I need to take my hand off that stick. That was weird. So something else I noticed too, they have a max range number, a max force, and a max angle. Is there other tractor beam stuff that they have planned in some developer build that's more refined than what we currently have? Makes you wonder, makes you go, Remember that from Arsenio Hall back in the day? Things that make you go, I know I have it turned down really low, but can you guys hear the chill lo-fi in the background? Whatever was playing just reminded me of the theme to Doogie Howser. Anybody remember that show? Neil Patrick Harris? Kid Doctor? What was his best friend's name? Vinny? Of course, if you're a Star Citizen player, it is more, well, because of the time frame, the Doogie Howser reference isn't lost, I bet. But most people probably in the Star Citizen vein would remember Neil Patrick Harris better from his role in Starship Troopers, which is a great culty, weird sci-fi film that I haven't seen in years. It's not the best that filmmaking has to offer, but man, is it fun to watch. Would I have had this loaded already, you think, if I had just done this by hand? Or am I doing okay? I'm a little slow, but that's because if I move faster, then I start whipping these boxes all over the place, and I just know. I just know that would be a problem. How many of those do you think I threw to the other side? Through to the other side. Same thing here. I think I have more room up close and I just haven't utilized it properly. Yeah, that's what I thought. The tractor beam trying to grab a hold of the freight elevator floor, that is making me a little cranky though. Look, it goes really smooth. Safety first at Drake, always. Safety first, and in parentheses, we are totally not pirates. TM. Okay. See, I'm not going to blame that on the caterpillar. I'm going to blame that on me. I'm actually kind of glad the whole C thing happened, so it forced me to use this a little bit more today. And I feel like I'm getting better here. It would be nice if there was a loader upper, because I am sure, like Sabrina mentioned, I'm going to have some extra credit homework to do here. All right, that's fine. You know what I could also probably learn is the distance, like how many meters down that is, so that I could watch that, and it would probably help me line things up, because visually I'm trying to do that, and sometimes I have shit depth perception in real life, let alone in a computer game, where your 3D is represented in 2D. You get in. No. In. That's what I'm saying. I feel like these other ones, let's just set right here for now. Because we're going to have to go downstairs anyway. I think there's probably 2 or 3 boxes still stuck in there. Yeah, if this was on a rail, that would be amazing. All right, should we go take a peek? Oh, see, that's not bad at all, but they don't get flipped in far enough. So we'll... With a world-class loader-upper, like my wife... this wouldn't have been an issue at all. We fooled you. Right, fine. You know, I don't even have to do that. We can just get this stuff locked to the grid. That's what I was looking for, though. A little place to... Oop. Oop. I got you. What we'll do is we will make a little space for those ones that are surely left over. And you... All right. Not so bad. Not so bad. Oh. Damn. That's more boxes than I thought. Again, my fault. I could have parked farther back. Oh, that's no good. Hmm. Let's see. It looks like we do not have the scrap to purchase there. I don't know if we had another location. Yes, we did. Everest Harbor. Tell you what I want, what I really, really want. Right there, that's what I wanted. I knew there was a slot there. Hmm. Go. Ow, my face. Perfect. I still think my other idea from a couple weeks ago would be great too. The caterpillar. The caterpillar has the oh man. the way the caterpillar, the feet that are on the caterpillar, I think you should be able to like turn the hydraulics on and get it to like raise up one side at a time, and then you just open the doors on the other side and dump the cargo out. Like low rider, that would be amazing. Not sure why that's not locking. There, that'll work. Oh, that the whole bay drops down? That could be cool, but the landing gear, the way that's a big rework. No, it wouldn't necessarily be. The landing gear is separated in a way that you're right, Sabrina, that would be a good solution. For design that speaks the way that they wanted the doors to be, though, I like my idea that the doors themselves, that these would come down and then extend, and your cargo grid, where you would line up your cargo grid on all of these down on the floor, and then when you hit it, it brings it up, raises it into the ship, and then slides the door back closed, like the MTC. And the Fortune, kind of a conveyor belt thing going on. So it would take it from where you set it on the door platforms and load it up into the ship automatically. That would be like my preferred solution. Not as a workaround or anything like that. I just think that would be really cool, that these extend into cargo grids like panels. Place all your stuff, hit the button, zzz, zzz, it loads. That would be cool. Your design would be my second choice after that. If I was designing these. If that couldn't be done, I'd be like, then just drop the whole damn room onto the floor and let me load it. Then it lifts right back up into the ship. All right. See, and then that would just slide over into the ship. Really doesn't want to let me squeak those between there. And I really want to do it. Whoa. Uh-oh. What have I done? There, that kind of accomplished what I wanted. Ah! All right, fine. All right. Let's close this baby up.
Engines online.
All right, let's do this. Right on down we go. Way down we go.
Shield system offline.
We should track one of those.
Quantum drive is now off. Quantum drive is now on.
Beautiful. Like a spear, we're gonna stick it straight in the ground.
Shield system online.
There we go. I think that'll do it this time. If I wanted to use the track your beam. Yeah. The blue and charcoal's really cool. We also have the Mistwalker and the polar one. The polar one is, my wife would say, it's a lot of white. The Mistwalker one's like a digital camo, which actually looks cool on a Drake ship. But yeah, this is probably my favorite of the three. All right. I already screwed up and didn't open the damn doors. It's totally not. It's totally not what you think it is. Are my deploy and retrack things all busted today? No, that one isn't. And we didn't use the third bay. Oh, sevens to you, buddy. How are you today, Jim? Don't know why that one is not working. All right, quick trip, folks. Gotta go back to the cockpit real quick. Life in the verse is okay so far. I wanted to do some industry stuff really quick. I wanted to do a couple Hull C runs, but that didn't go as planned. I called it from Bajini unloaded, and it destroyed in the hangar after I had just claimed it up there, so even expedited, that was another 15 minutes I didn't want to wait. So we did a quick Caterpillar run on some rookie level direct planetary contracts. Try to make a quick 300K, and then we'll see if we can run the Hull C after that. And then I don't know what I'm going to do. I see Pooks has been living the life, hunting down the bounties, sending people to jail. There's nothing wrong with that. Me, I get a guilt complex though, because I know how many times I pick up a crime stat unintentionally, and then I become the subject of bounty hunters. I didn't do it, officer. But it is nice to be able to punish the lawless. Say I can't see what's going on up there. What ship have you been running to do that, bud? I know I've seen Pooks in the Hornet. who are you finding? Who are you finding are the main culprits? Are you finding that it's a lot of actual PvPers, or are you finding, in your opinion, because I know you can't always judge, are you finding like a lot of good combat pilots, or are you finding it's just mostly people that are doing stupid shit and being griefers, and they're really not that great? A lot of Connies and things like that. People doing Vaughn missions. That's fair enough. A lot of Firebird missile spammer that run at the first sight of trouble. Firebird is a dirty word. Everybody knows that the bird is a word. Not the word, a word. And we know the word I'm talking about. Jim, I don't know if I ever asked you specifically, do you do a little bit of everything in Star Citizen, or do you mainly dig the combat stuff? I know you do bunkers and things too. I literally just asked and you were Yep. Yeah, same here, man. I dig a little bit of everything in Star Citizen. I've been really combat and ship focused the last few days, few weeks. So I thought I would take some time off and do some relaxing cargo moving. After this, if the Hull C works, I'll do a couple runs on the Hull C, and then I think I'll switch over and grab the Geo and some boxes and throw it in the Asgard and do some Geo mining for a little bit. We were discussing some of the shortcomings of the Caterpillar. It's the ship I love. I mean, I love the ship. I love the look of the ship. But wouldn't it be cool if that tractor beam over there was on rails? And I was even saying, it's a system I think they could add. So, like, you would still have regular control on your mouse or whatever stick of the tractor beam. So, like, your right-hand operations here. And then your left hand, you could put over here on the throttle, and you could assign a throttle to the tractor beams, and that would literally be like up and down the track. And then you could see inside of every single one of these Caterpillar bays. That'd be pretty cool. A lot of ships could benefit from that too. Tractor beam that moved on a rail along the side of the ship. Trust me, there's 1,300 other things I want them to fix before they address something like that, but I still think it'd be cool. You had a chance to peek at the PTU at all? new event is totally a buggy cluster right now, but the concept and what's going on in there is really cool. The way you get around in the zone and stuff gives a very Siege of Orson vibe. Have to hop on a tram to get where you're going to the different locations. Air vehicles are non-usable in that area, which is interesting. So much like contestant zones, it kind of forces you into a FPS situation. The mechanics they have with the doors and how they scan the NPCs is pretty cool. Yeah, that box doesn't love me. Why don't we just huck these down here, guys? Thank you for the lurk, dear. I know you're busy at work. Oh, hey, no problem, Jim. Let's try not to rack them like we did, like a pool table the other day. We dropped those 16 SCU containers, and one of them hit a corner on a stack like that, and it blew that stack all over the fucking, all over the hangar bay. It was quite a sight to see. It was pretty cool. Just not what we wanted. So I think if I'm gonna unload these by hand, next time I will load the front bays and put the front bays close to the freight elevator. I think that'll work a lot better. I've never owned a Caterpillar long enough to get good and experienced at how my system works best, or what system works best for me. Multiple stops on a 1.4 mil. Well, yeah, it would have to be. Because I don't think there's a single commodity out there right now that you can fully load and do a 1.4 mil run, right? I remember filling her up with gold back in the day, and then being sad because pirates would take me down. I met some cool pirates that way, though. A couple enjoyed doing what they were doing so much they gave me my money back plus some. And then said, hey, it was just fun. We were just having fun. We don't want you to not have fun too. Be careful next time. Maybe give us a call. And then they told me, you know, DM Sundevil would make a really cool pirate name. That's what happens when you talk to people in the verse as opposed to just getting salty about everything. You end up making friends in the strangest places. Instead of screaming in general chat about dirty pirates, appeal to their humanity. They'll be like, you know what? You gave us a day of fun. Let us fund your operation here. Or recruit you. Arr. I need a pirate and a parrot and an eye patch. No, I was asking about the types of people you're finding because I was toying around with running around in the Guardian for a bit and doing bounties, but you know, heavy fighter. If we're coming up against real pilots a lot, then I'm gonna get my butt handed to me because I can't turn. Although it's pretty peppy for a heavy fighter. Turn-wise, I mean. The pitch and yaw are the same rate, so it makes getting guns on people a little bit easier than your typical heavy fighter. That's true. That is true. All right, we're almost done with this one, folks. That should have been everything. I don't think I messed anything up back there. You're scaring me, game. You're scaring me. I'll load your contents. I just had to check. There we go. Select all. Move to warehouse. Complete, complete, complete. We're missing a box somewhere. We'll go see if we can find a box of tungsten laying around. Whoa, 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 get off. Yep, there it is. Whoop, and jump. Oh, wait, it sent that all down, didn't it? Or did it complete? It completed. So that should have been 300K? Yep. All right.
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
We'll leave the cat here.
Your vehicle has been moved to our storage.
Oops. Don't turn around. Don't turn around. Shh, don't look. I don't know what happened, Dad. I was careful when I parked it, I swear. It'll buff out. It'll buff out. Little Bondo and some sandpaper, we're good to go. It is a Drake ship after all. They're used to that kind of treatment. So,
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
we'll, I don't know, what are we doing? What are we going to take up there?
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
We'll spin the Hornet up to Bajini and pick up the Hull C and go from there. Speaking of the Heartseeker, that is not the Heartseeker paint, by the way. Did it eat my Heartseeker? Oh no. No. This is the original. We grabbed the wrong Super Hornet, didn't we? Is this that other one? Yep, this is the Mark 1. Fuck it, let's fly it. It's just a taxi.
Aerospace. All systems online.
We don't need that. We don't need that. We don't need that. Like we're gonna have any engagements on the way to Bajini. I guess we could turn that back on. There we go. Put a pip in there. Okay, a cooler? There we go. That's fine. Wow. Do we... What do we... Man, I haven't seen one of the old ones in a while. She's still zippy. It's a classic.
Shields offline. We're just taking a look. We mean you no harm.
SCM mode.
Shields online.
Affirmative. Shields online.
Request landing permission.
Requesting docking bay.
Searching now. Eden. That's impressive.
Landing gear down.
Landing gear deployed.
Landing gear deployed. Landing complete.
You know, I can't tell you where the life of me this particular ship came from. I have no idea why I have it. A Mark 1, no less. They didn't give you a Hornet Mark 1 with the Polaris for some reason, did they?
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
I don't know why they would, but
Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility. Please visit us again. Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system. Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
well, so far so good. That's a step in the right direction anyway. Awesome, let's grab a drink. Uno más. Uno más cerveza, por favor. Are we good? We are good. I hear you, puppers. Why don't you let me get in the cockpit here and get underway to Everest, and we'll take you outside. How does that sound? Does that sound like a plan? Is that a good plan? That's a good plan. Hey, stick to the plan now. Oh, sure thing, buddy. Sure thing. I'll hang tight here, too. Tell you what, I will toss you an invite, and I'll take the puppers out. And I'll pop over in Discord when I get back, too. Or before. There you go. All right, and we're in Discord as well. I'll be right back, folks. I'm going to take the puppers out, and then looks like Jim and I are going to go for a ride.
How can Miss help you today? Systems on.
I'm back, and looks like Jim will be back in 5. Don't mind me while I chomp on a granola bar.
Oh, I'm back now. Go for it.
What's going on, bud?
Do your granola.
Hmm. I had to get a little something. Let's find us a mission.
Don't worry about sharing it, mate.
All right, bud.
Need
I was-
cash.
What's that? You don't need the cash?
Not yet, no.
Terra Gateway to Pyro? Nah, we'll do the Everest to Magnus. Because I think they're about as close. I think they're almost the same distance. It doesn't matter. All right. Off to Everest.
Landing gear on.
Onwards and upwards. Did they have PDCs to the whole sea?
Did they? Have to take a
What are
look
those two
here.
little things underneath.
Let me take a look-see. I think they are tractor beams.
Ah, I see. Yes, that would make more sense.
See if I can get closer here.
Yeah, I think you probably. Ooh. Let's go do some bounces, isn't it? With the non-PDCs in a whole sea for hardcore. Yeah. There's not a lot of people that like the designs. I quite like it.
I do
It's,
too.
You know, kind of it's old school sci-fi, but when you look at the detail that they've done in just the material choices and stuff, it's pretty cool.
Oh, I absolutely agree. For me, that's part of the fun of Star Citizen is the design of some of these ships, and some of them are wacky and not exactly practical. But yeah, when you zoom in and look at all the details and stuff,
There's a lot of time gone into it. You can see, well, I'm not going to say where all the money's gone, but you can see the
Yeah.
level of quality that's been applied.
absolutely. Absolutely. Some people are really salty out there these days. Holy cow.
Ah.
I'm still my wife. It's funny, you know, the money we spend on this game, and my wife is the awesome one that puts it in perspective all the time. She's like, "So you've been backing since 2013, and then the last couple, 2.5 years, you've been playing pretty steady now because there's stuff to do." She's like, I don't know. I think it's money well spent. If it doesn't come out tomorrow and they just shut it down, do you feel like you got enjoyment out of it? I'm like, yeah. She's like, how much would you have spent on other games over those years?
Well, you can forget
easily
gaming,
more.
can't you? Here's how I rationalise it. So I pledged in 2014.
Right.
So let's call it 10 years, and I know what I've spent, and I know that what I've spent on a TV entertainment channel, cable. We have various cable varieties over in the UK. We've got Netflix, obviously everything that you can do, and I know what I spend on those.
Right.
So over 10 years, the amount I've spent on ships in this game is a fraction of the entertainment. But I've got hours of entertainment in this that 'cause I don't really watch TV, so I could probably spend 10 times this and still not come close to what I've spent on other entertainment facilities. So
no doubt. And it's a buggy mess some days, but on the days when things are firing on all cylinders, played a lot of video games over the years, Jim, and
yeah, me too.
There's none that
I've got
tickle all the spots that this
for
does.
that as well. I've got rationalization for that as well. That
yeah,
if they release it in a year's time, people coming to play the game as a released version won't feel the same as the people like us that have been in the development from almost the start.
Right.
Part of the whole thing, feeding back, helping to push bugs, that kind of thing. So this is more than a game for a lot of people. I think it's more of almost a work adventure. Let's call it that. And that will. I think that means more to people. Maybe. Families,
it is, Jim. I feel like I have my hands in the roots of Star Citizen. So I'm gonna say when instead of if. When it becomes a thing, I feel like I had, like you said, I had a hand in this.
You'll say I was there. You'd be able to say that.
Without my money, without my bug workarounds, without my testing, without my council reports, a lot of this, wouldn't be what it is. Who knows? They might listen to me about the Caterpillar doors idea today, and maybe that's the direction they'll go. I think that the doors should come down and those platforms should extend somehow. And then that's your cargo grid. Put everything there, and then it raises back up and slides in. And they already have a proof of concept. That little MTC works that same way. That little drawer comes out, and you put four 8th SCU boxes in, and then just like the Fortune, it does a little conveyor thing where they come together and 2 go in, and then the other 2 follow. So if you're having trouble with this 3-stage door thing, fuck that. Try my idea. Or like my wife said, just make it like the Carrack was intended. Or the Starlancer, have those entire bays drop to the ground.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say the Carrack needs work as well. So and that's why I my go-to would be the C2 for anything bulk. Even then, that's not perfect. So, yeah.
Well, it just approved me to dock because I hit the wrong damn button. Let's hope that I didn't already screw it up by not calling. We'll see. We'll see if it'll give me the cargo one anyway.
Hey, this is
I'll go very quiet to let you master this bit.
I don't see unless we're on the wrong side.
You do have your gear down though, which is.
I do. That's weird. Oh, because I just alted in and.
Oh, okay.
Well, let's pop around the other side and see if I'm just not seeing the loady square. Yeah. And it's definitely
maybe the other end, maybe.
could be.
I've
Oh,
had it
that's-
not appear until I was closer before, so
Yeah.
maybe.
That sun is not being cooperative. There we go.
Just watch that
try.
turret behave. See?
Try not to take the turret out.
Yeah. Watch the turret. Oops, and I had a spate of hitting asteroids. That was quite amusing. Take off and hit an asteroid straight out of Grim. It's like, oh, come on.
Oh, man. We will give it another hail. Like I said, though, I feel like my accident call to regular ATC, I might have screwed myself.
We might have to jump away and then back again.
Possibly, yeah. Oh, I think we got it. I just don't know where it is. Oh, there it is.
Nice. The momentum for this ship is great. You just
I know.
feel like you're flying a giant lump. Brilliant.
I do like that. Well, we haven't stopped yet. Don't tell me unable to transfer. Commencing cargo transfer. That's a good thing.
Is the timer going up? Nice.
Although it does look like it's stuck at 110.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Let's see if there's actually anything. Yeah, not a thing going on there.
Are you all the way in the box?
Yeah, we'll check. We'll give it a little jiggle here. And the box isn't reappearing. That concerns me too. Well, we can try. We'll see if it'll. There we go.
Get out of the seat. Are you working? Yeah. Right. Wait till you get your message and try to turn your engine on.
Engines off.
Yeah, the box disappeared and it says commencing, but it's just it's going like beep 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 beep, and then it's just not moving. I can get it to interrupt if I leave the box completely. I'll try that.
Yeah. Then the out the seat, back in the seat, that kind of nonsense.
Yeah. Now it's going to tell me I'm obstructing parking, so let's get in the box. Out of the seat. No, you bastard.
Did you try the engine off thing?
Yeah, I did. I'll try again.
Engines off.
And we'll get out.
Nope, nothing.
Nothing.
Oh, it's a shame. Maybe a jump and a to pay.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Maybe try a jump out of here. Oops. Yeah, help if I turn the engine back on. I'm like, I don't know what this marker is. That's the quantum beacon for the Polaris mission, I think. There we go. We'll turn back around. Loading area revoked. That's perfect. That's what we want.
Shield on.
I hate when you come in on the Eclipse side and you can't see the damn station. Just a bunch of little red lights. All right. That ought to be close enough. Let's see. Yeah, Firebird is a dirty word for me, too. I hate how those things just disappear into oblivion after they payload you.
Yes. Like pilots that were obviously bullied at school.
Yeah. All right. Stop. Well, commencing cargo transfer. And it's just hiccuping, so... I don't know. I can try the other one at Terra. Just for the hell of it, but I have a feeling it won't work.
Yeah.
So it's like the trigger that I'm here is activating properly. It just won't do the load part.
That's the bit I always had problems with when I first started. I thought they'd cleared it up, but
Yeah, I thought they did
still
too.
getting miss, isn't it? Really.
It really is.
Engines off. Engines on.
And I hate that too. It'll pause when I move. And then as soon as I come to a stop, it goes right to the...
Yeah.
What? Maybe?
Engines off. Engines on.
She is nicely in the middle of the box too.
No dice.
No dice. But this time it's not even... Yeah, there we go. Commencing cargo transfer, but 0, 0. It's not moving. All right. Let's get out of the box. I'm going to dump that mission really quick. They have not been hurting my rep when I do that, so let's hope that's still the case. Man, they got to add some filters to these lists. All right, I'll try the Terra Gateway one, and if no go, then I'll just abandon this idea and I'll do something else. Did you hear about my Wicklow fiasco yesterday? Jesus.
I saw some of the problems because I mentioned about the XL one that Hoax was trying to get working. But,
Yeah.
that
So
wasn't great.
the components they give you to go in the ship you're awarded, you can't put in the ship. You put them in and then you hit save and everything goes empty. Those components won't work in any other ship either. And then of course there's the hope. Did I just pump 1,000 whatever currency into this and get an Intrepid? Thanks a lot. I tried to find like the silver lining too. I was like, well, the Wicklow Intrepid has like this little hexagons with the little triangle pattern that kind of shows up. Wonder if you could put a regular paint on it and that still exists. It does, but it looks like crap. I was like, okay.
Isn't it like a gold and white, a cream and gold kind of color as well, rather than the very stark white that you normally get?
Yeah. So that actually doesn't look so bad. My wife hates the gold, but I'm okay with it. But yeah, I was really hoping for the Scorpius is what I wanted out of that, but.
Yeah, I've not tried it. I ought to get around to collecting some helmets and stuff, I think.
And of course, that was the big thing too. Turning in that stuff was a nightmare. It doesn't have to be like that. That's like one of the few complaints I've had that I felt like voicing on stream, as that whole system is convoluted and screwy. You can't sit at a station and get the quest to turn in at that station. It's just random at the 3 stations you have. That's I can live with that. We're used to abandoning and picking up quests to work around that. But then the whole physicalized, so I'm having her hand these in 50 at a time. The elevator sometimes puts one on the outside edge. I literally brought a box there with all this script in it. Could I not just give it to Wicklow directly? Like, if you're gonna tell me, well, that breaks immersion and we're trying to physicalize. Okay, that's fine. How did I get the script? And to make it worse, everybody knows about the Polaris mission right now. It magically appears in my inventory. Hell, I don't even have to go and run the mission. I just have to have it. And, you know, I'm all good for some hand waving. I'm okay with that, but they picked the wrong places. And like I said, it was just tedious, and I didn't dig it.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I don't like. I've been down the whole World of Warcraft route, the chipping away at things until you've got enough of whatever to get whatever, and it seems meaningless by the end of it.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. I prefer the dynamic experience of other loops. I think.
Yep. Absolutely. Earn your way
like lazy mission
differently.
Design.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true enough. Lazy mission design, and then it doesn't work really well on top of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Shield on.
Right, I've got everything crossed. Don't crash.
Yeah, that'll be the winner right there. It's gonna work, but we'll never know because I smashed into the station. Although I found that the Hull C can be a bit bouncy, so.
Oh, really?
I've grazed the station several times and been lucky enough not to blow up.
Station killer. Right, I'm gonna get out of the seat in case that affects anything.
Okay, it shouldn't, but.
Well, we say that, but yeah, it shouldn't. But who knows?
Just gonna get a little closer before we call for ATC. All right. Beautiful. Gave us a nice cube right in front of us. Seems almost too good to be true. This one is loading. I ain't touching Jack. I'm impressed that it's going and a little bit scared. It seems like people haven't been getting anything decent from Vaughn missions lately.
Yeah, they must have dialed things down. Maybe we'll have to see what the future holds in that respect.
It probably was a little bit overkill, but I think where it was right before they dialed it back this time was probably okay. Like last year, it was kind of out of control. I mean, you were scoring Weevil eggs constantly in Slam, and it was
We made a
millions
fortune.
and millions.
Yeah, we were pulling minimum 10 million each from, ERT work. So.
Yep.
And it was fun, but Are we looking good?
We're looking good. Just waiting for it to actually finish.
Well.
The timer's at 0, but you can see it's still popping in. It's systems like this that it is kind of annoying, but at the same time, I like figuring out like what works best. Like back,
well, that's the thing. It's navigating around the bugs, isn't it? That's the
right.
premise at the minute.
When I first started running these, it would say transfer. I mean, it's telling me zeros. I'm like, it's complete. Leave. No, don't leave. It's not done. It'll tell you complete, and when it tells you complete, even then, watch the box. If the box hasn't reappeared, you are not complete. If the box reappears, now it's time to get out.
Yeah, definitely.
And then if you've watched me before, I'll tell people, strafe right or left, whichever's away from the station, to get out of the box. Don't move forward or backward for that matter if you're further ahead, because it puts you in the flight path of the others, and then you'll get the warning. And if you're loaded up, you've got a good chance 15 seconds isn't long enough to get the hell out of there, and then it'll impound you, and it will not work that session. You can just kiss it goodbye, go do something else.
Yeah. Is it loaded up? It should have finished by now, shouldn't it?
It should have, but I still see a couple popping in. On the right-hand side, looking from the back, they're still popping in a bit. Now we're good.
Hey.
And now she moves like a pregnant elephant. And we're underway. I really wish that sometimes we'd get more solid communication, and I get it from a development standpoint. You don't want to say one thing and then have it be another, as so often happens when designing a game. But people have questions like, hey, you have this whole C and you have the whole A, what about the whole B? just a little word, like a definitive word someplace where they could be like, oh hey, this is why, and we're not working on it right now because, or anything. I would rather get bad news than no news, and it's become a lot of no news lately. Or if the news is out there, it's a reply that a dev made to a single person on the forum, and it's buried under some other obscure thread that you don't really find, right?
Yeah, especially with the fact it's a Kickstarter.
Yeah.
somebody was talking about running it as a business, and to be honest, and profit. They're not making any profit. They shouldn't be making any profit at the alpha stage anyway. It should all be about, funding the development. But I think with the shock of the loss, and knowing the kind of prices that these companies have to pay for data transfer between server and client, that they're going to have to throw out a lot of stuff that will attract people to the pledge store.
Yeah, absolutely.
Doing nothing. So, see what happens. I think.
Absolutely, we will. I'll be here. I'll be here. No immediate plans to go anywhere.
Yeah, I think they need to get a little bit more, creative with the mission work and that kind of thing. Maybe look to try and include some other further loops, and maybe some more star systems and all that jazz.
This new one that they have coming, I don't understand why. I love that they locked out air vehicles and that you're having to ride a tram to get to the location because there's distortion that prevents vehicle transversal, except for the little mechs, the geos and stuff can function there.
Yeah.
Why not the ground vehicles? Like you.
Nonsense, doesn't it?
Yeah, they could have. Maybe that's the answer. Like, the ground vehicles aren't in a place where we want them right now because of how they operate, and until we rework that, maybe we don't want to include them in this event. It'll just cause problems. That could have been a decision. I'd love to hear them say that. Like, well, we want you to use the mechs because the ground vehicles aren't where we want them. Just say it. Please say it. It would make me happy.
Well, yeah. I mean, you could read between the lines, and it'll be a little bit more. I don't know.
Right.
Pessimistic, like me, as a typical old aging Brit, and look at it and go, if they're providing something that only requires mechs or foot travel,
buy the mech.
That's because they want to put a smaller data lump in to manage that's going to cost less to run, but still give content.
That makes sense too.
Yeah. If you look at it from a business perspective. Right, I'm still out of the seat. Fingers crossed.
Okay.
Here goes nothing.
I haven't done this in a few weeks, so I'll try to remember that I'm loaded and that when I get a certain distance, I don't want to exceed a certain speed.
Yeah.
Actually,
there's a stopping prerequisite to this one, yeah.
Yeah, I'm usually okay. I just make sure that the marker's pointing under the cargo area, and that way if I do screw up, I'll just drift on through. Theoretically. It could always go down in a ball of fire.
Of course it could, yeah. I mean, still talking about the whole thing with CIG and the game. There's still quite a bit of new blood coming in, which is good.
There is. I've seen a lot of new people coming in.
You've got to, you particularly as a streamer that will intercept these people. You've got to try and offer assistance, that kind of thing, where you can.
Absolutely.
To keep interested.
And I always try to do that when folks come by. I try to give them the best view I can, and I try to be honest. Like, when people are like, I hear this and this and that, I said, I'll tell them it's a wonderful game. What's your patience level? Do you really, are you looking for a space game that touches on the sim edge where they try to make you manually do a bunch of things and sometimes it doesn't work out? If you can tolerate that because it's the game you're looking for, absolutely sign on.
Yeah.
And then I'll throw in like all the cool things there are to do in case they don't know, and then you can weigh that against what I said. Just understand it. Yeah. Sometimes you're going to log in and chalk that day up to fighting the system.
Yeah, exactly. Ghost in the shell. Yeah.
Other days, it is amazing. The stuff that goes down sometimes is just amazing.
Yeah.
And I'll always give them that example when I go to do like bounties against big ships and something goes wrong. There's times that I don't know, I just feel like it. I'll bail on the ship, hop on the enemy ship because I was able to. That doesn't always work out because they fly away from you quite often. But yeah, do that, and like you end up reclaiming the enemy ship, taking out the pilot, grabbing their ship, killing the rest of the bounty, and then you're in the ship that the bounty was on. So you self-destruct and EVA into space, and you win the mission. And this 10-minute stupid, like we were talking about, half-baked, almost too easy scenario turns into an hour of fun.
An epic presentation that gets you lots and lots of views on YouTube or whatever.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the way it should be. That's what sells it to people, definitely.
Absolutely.
Well, we have a cube, so that's half the battle.
We have a cube. That is, as you say, half the battle. Absolutely.
Don't get too excited. Just like a pro. Like a pro.
Like a pro. We've been here before. We've done this. We know how this works.
What's that? Is that in the cube? There. There's a floating container off to the left, then it looked to be outside the cube, though. So.
I hope so. Otherwise, that will jack it up. It seems like.
Yeah.
Am I in? I am in. There is some luggage down on the bottom, right below us. Oh, but is it transfer? It's transferring. Cool.
Oh, sweet, sweet.
Maybe it'll take that cargo as well, and I'll actually process a full load. Because more often than not, that's what happens. I'll get like this one's supposed to be 3016, and it'll unload like 2998. Like, I swear I stayed there and got them all. I didn't hit anything.
Yeah. Well, if it does cause a problem, I can always jump into cargo ops and push it out the way. Maybe.
No, so far it's loading or unloading. Counters going down. Everything's good. Teaspoonies.
Is that you?
Welcome, welcome. Glad to see you. It is a good afternoon here in Calgary. Oh, look at that. Jim. 3016 of 3016. I don't even know what to do. I'm so happy. We're going to scoot out of the box here.
He's a friend of mine from another streamer's stream. Cody Colin. And she streams too.
Absolutely. Teaspoonies has been by before on a recommendation from Cody, I believe.
Awesome.
To stop by here. What you been up to, Teaspoonies? You been back in Star Citizen lately, or just sticking with Baldur's Gate still? Let's see here. Let's turn that guy in. Oops. Submit.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Beautiful. You got one more boring run left in you?
Yeah, go for it, mate.
All right.
I'm back in the seat now.
I'll see if we should have enough fuel to make the run one more loop here. Because I don't feel like stopping for fuel.
Teaspoon is putting a new GPU in. What are you going for?
Vintage Story. I think I've read about that one. What do I know about that?
Very nice. Everything I do is vintage these days, so.
That'll be a nice upgrade from a 3060. All right, that's about 60 gothic mommies in both directions, and I think we have enough fuel. We'll be fine. Everything's fine.
Oh, bless. I hope she.
Oh yeah, I hope your puppy will be.
Feels better soon.
Hope your puppers will be good. But yeah, I understand. Have to put a pin in that money until you've explored that for sure. We love our little fur babies. We've got a Kit Kat and a Bow Wow here as well. They are additional children for sure, and we treat them as such. The Kit Kat about got murdered this morning, though. She decided 4:30 was wake-up time. Mm-hmm. And you try to, like, reach up and give her a little scritch, and then she would, like, calm down. No. You stop, and then she starts jumping on furniture, playing with jewelry to get your attention. The wife was finally over that and kept aggressively placing her back down on the floor. And she's been telling me about it all day. The cat will come in here and make a bunch of noise. Well, I hope they can do something. I'll absolutely do a chant, say a prayer, put some positivity out there. The routine around the house is the kiddos get off to school, the wife's off to work, and then I usually start my stream an hour or two after they're gone. You know, I finish doing my research or whatever I want to read about in case I want to share stuff with viewers, and then I'll hop on. In that time between when the kids and the wife leave, I'm down here in the basement of the house where my office is, and she'll be upstairs, so she's like, you know, napping or whatever, then she'll wake up and like everybody's gone. And she does the craziest meow. It's Moreau. It sounds like hello, and she's like, she'll like run through the house all around the upstairs, Moreau. And it gets like more pathetic every time she does it. And then she'll finally kind of creep down here and then just chatters at the door when she sees that I'm sitting here. I'm like, I've been here the whole time. It's the same as yesterday, the same as the day before. Yeah, she's awesome. She's like three or four, but she'll like leave the office, go back upstairs, and then forget where everybody is at. Teaspoonies, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it. Tons and tons. That unlocked some emotes in there for you too. I think we've got a cool little Super Hornet that my wife put together for me. All right, Jim, pulling up on the station. Let's see if we can get run number 2 successful.
Let me get out and see again.
I mean, I shouldn't say this isn't an if. When this run is successful,
of course, yeah,
we'll be high-fiving. Yep, those are the ones. I love the little Super Hornet she did for me. It was my favorite. I just asked her if she could clip a Super Hornet icon, and then like an hour later, I'm like, I wasn't trying to be rude, but I'm like, hey, you got that emote done yet? I kind of want to upload this. She's like, I'm working on it. And then the one she gave me was animated with the little thruster fire. I was like, aw, Good job, dear.
Nice.
I need to shut
Let's
up and
see
be
how much of
patient.
Let's see how much of a geek you are. See if you recognise this shit. From back from when I used to stream. Ooh.
It's hard to tell from the little icon and my old eyeballs, Jim.
Yeah. Can I give you a clue?
You can give me a clue.
Let me think. If I say wash, maybe. I am a leaf on the breeze. That's it. Or I am a leaf on the wind. That's a clue.
Oh, Moonrad got it.
Yeah, Moonrat got it straight away.
Moonrad, PM me so I can look smart. Buddy, I can't figure it out from the icon, buddy. I'm so sorry.
What about Reavers? If I said Reavers. No?
No.
Firefly, man. Firefly.
Firefly. My stepdaughter Amanda back in Texas, she'd have got that one in a second. I sadly have not seen much of Firefly.
Unsub, unfollow.
I know. What if I promise? It's been on my list forever, but
It needs to be a priority.
okay.
Tell him.
She's told me that. She's one of the few that backed the Kickstarter of the tabletop game. So her and her husband, because they're big into board games, right? She's one of the few that got in on that Kickstarter and got that Firefly tabletop game. And supposedly it is like the most obnoxiously thorough and deep tabletop. Like it would be hours to play a game from beginning to end. They love it. She talks to me about it all the time. I'm like, I'll watch it. She's like, I don't understand you. Like even like Babylon 5 and like ancient space stuff from the 60s and 70s. She's like, you've seen it all. How come you haven't watched that? I'm like, it's not a choice. It was like Stargate on the list of all the big things. Stargate was actually like one of the last ones on the list that I finally got around to seeing all of. And then Firefly is still left out there. I promise. Soon.
Oh my goodness me. Yeah, you can't call yourself a sci-fi fan if you've not seen the
Oh,
injustice
no.
that is a short season of Firefly.
All right.
Like, why are you still streaming? Come, on your way.
You know why I'm still streaming. If you're not here, people forget about you. Or at least it feels that way.
Yeah,
Although
it's
I'm about to have
fickle thing.
I'm about to have people forget about me because I haven't seen Firefly.
But we deserve that. That's just a lack of vision, I think.
All right, I will
It's one of my favorites by far.
I will put my Last of Us stuff on hold, and
Yeah, that nonsense. That's been done a million times.
but they're different. They're fungus. They're fungal zombies.
Oh yeah.
I'll put that on hold, and I'll queue up some Firefly. We'll get that
So
going.
watch the whole set of Firefly, and then watch Serenity. the movie.
Okay.
I did it the other way around.
All right. It says unable to transfer, but we look like we're in the cube. I'm going to just adjust a little bit, move her forward and over, stop again.
Teaspoonies has gone quiet. She's gone off to watch Firefly quick.
Okay, the random cat sounds are part of my voice attack thing. Wait, I'm trying to think there's triggers for it. Here, kitty kitty. Hold on. It's making me look foolish. Here, kitty kitty. There we go.
Was it working?
Yeah, it was working.
Nice.
Thank you, Astra. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome, Commander.
There we go. Well, you are welcome to lurk and work on schoolwork. I like being those destinations for folks. I've been told that that people like hanging out because I'm usually just pretty chill. Like, I'll get excited about stuff, but they like hanging out here, especially while they're at work, because I'm not constantly in the background going, "Oh my God, did you see that?" And 1,000 sound effects going off constantly. I admit I'm getting old, so I suppose those are the streams I watch as well too. Too many flashing lights and loud sounds make me tired, then I have to go to bed early. Well, I'm glad it's cozy. All right, well, cargo is still popping on the panels. It does say complete, so I'm not worried yet. So far, so good. I would just as soon hang out with you folks all afternoon. I've still got a planter that I have to fill with rocks that I have to get out of the street by Friday because the street sweeper's coming. We don't want a ticket. So I pushed really hard last night and got most of them done. We have these big, long, they're like 3x6 planters that sit about 2.5, 3 feet high, made out of 2x6s. And we had them in the backyard, and they're properly done. There's a layer of rocks for filtration on the bottom, and then a lining, and then filled with dirt. And the wife plants her garden stuff there. But we wanted to move those into the front this year, so that's been what I've been up to. So I will end the stream promptly at 3:30 because I have to get in some. Well, I shouldn't say I'm not burning daylight anymore. In Calgary, it's already staying light until like 10:30. I transplanted here from Texas 3 years ago, and then I grew up in Arizona. So, I mean, I'm used to summertime. You know, it's light out till 8:30, maybe 9 o'clock. But literally, by the end of the summer here, it'll be 11 o'clock and it's still light outside. Stupid. Stupid. Who do I write about that? Do I write the Prime Minister? I don't even know how government works here. So we are loaded and making our way back to the gateway. We are underway. That'll be awesome if we get 2 successful Hull C runs. We won't push our luck from there. I can't even fathom what a Hull E is going to handle like. Just about there.
Are we there yet?
Almost. 6 goth mommies left. Or gigameters if you prefer. I don't find that as fun though. We have arrived. Jim, the headhunter rep in the in Pyro, is that the same? Is that a shared rep with the one from Stanton as far as the missions are concerned? Like if you're doing patrol stuff?
I think so. I think people were chasing that before this drop, weren't they, to try and bolster it? So I think it is, yeah.
Gotcha. I haven't done any of the patrol stuff in Pyro at all, but somebody mentioned that they travel quite a bit in Pyro, that it's not worthwhile. I don't know that I care about that so much. I just thought maybe I'd go do some of them in Pyro. I've been doing them in Stanton.
Yeah, yeah.
Jim, do you ever stream at all anymore?
No, not for a long time.
No?
I only specifically streamed one game as well, called Dual Universe, which it's similar to this, but it's voxel based, and yeah.
Oh, I gotcha.
Quite complex.
My hail button doesn't appear to be working here.
Yeah, we'll have to use the comms.
That'll usually free it up, yeah. not there either.
How strange. That must be a server thing.
Yep, server
Okay,
error.
There you go.
Well, we'll see if that recovers and what happens. Teaspoonies was asking Jim, what's voxel based? What was the name of that game again?
Dual Universe, it's called.
Jewel.
Dual Universe.
All right, well, shows we've recovered. Should we give it a minute before we start clicking buttons? I don't know that it'll make any difference. I don't know that it makes any difference, but yeah, the superstition in me is like, yeah, just chill out for a second.
Yeah, it wasn't particularly well advertised, Spoonies, to be honest. But they've I mean, the game's pretty much dead, but they released the source, well, not the source code, but the server code, so that people can host their own servers, and there's a few that are doing really well. Imagine Minecraft, but with far smaller voxels, tiny, and you can shape them as well. It's I'll send you some pictures of some of the ships I've made in there, because if you can do anything in the game. You can become I was a shipbuilder. A friend of mine was also a shipbuilder, and we used to sell our ships to other players who were doing whatever they chose
cool.
to do, mining or whatever. So it was a really, really good idea. It's way ahead of its time. In many ways, a lot better than Star Citizen, because everything in the game was player created, apart from elements like ship engines and landing gear and that kind of thing.
Right.
But it made you... People were building ships, or trying to build ships from Star Citizen in that game, and there was a Serenity and stuff that people made. There's lots of Star Trek and Star Wars stuff. It's worth a look, just to if you get chances to have a look at what people have done in the past. It's pretty cool.
I have, a server error back to back. I was going to say, I have no interactivity. I couldn't even get out of my chair. Wow, I haven't seen, I'll be honest, I personally have not seen a server error in a play session. I can't remember when, honestly. And here I've got two back to back. At least they recover. In the olden days of Star Citizen, this cargo that we went through the pain in the ass of loading and stuff would just disappear. It's very likely that it would put me back someplace with my ship stored or lost in space and all the cargo on it just gone. So the fact that it recovers, and that was just 2 years ago, 30Ks were still a thing. You would disconnect and, oops, sorry.
Yeah.
That's for the naysayers out there saying that they haven't made any progress. I beg to differ. Maybe not at the pace that everybody would like, but progress nonetheless. And good progress. So much more playable than literally just 2 years ago. So right up on my list of things to do, including Firefly. Do you know I've never operated a bomber of any sort in game? I've never bombed anything. Have you done that, Jim?
Yeah. Did a bit of that around the OLP stuff. Yeah, it's fun.
Fun is the
we
interface.
were bombed as well.
I've been bombed, absolutely.
We were bombed as well. We were mining a hole in the ground, and we were like, "What's going on?" And we knew people were trying to get in and attack us, and we managed to kill everyone. But then, Sir Pleb was busy using his geo and doing what we need to do, and Pooks and I were trying to defend the hole. And then all of a sudden, we just saw the back end of a spirit. So we weren't sure what it was at the time. It must have been the back end of the spirit, and all of a sudden, we all just died, including the spirit. So to get us out, they'd sacrificed themselves, which is a bit of a wet lettuce sort of way to go. But, yeah.
We have a cube. It does not appear to be the Borg, so I'm going to go try to park in there.
You can do it. Jump town, yeah, that's what jump to.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Now, after the server error, I kind of don't expect this to work, but we'll hope for the best.
I have faith.
And of course, I can't get an outside view because of the server error. My F4 don't work now.
Let me see if I can get the chair in here.
I know there's a box in here, but
Yeah, I can't really see. Oh, there are a lot of containers below you, though.
they may even be ours. Oh, wait. Commencing cargo transfer. It's going.
Yep, it's working. It's working.
It either needed to catch up with me or I just needed to jiggle it a little bit. Ah, Jump Town. Now, there's some good fun. The Asgard would have been perfect in Jump Town. All right, it says transfer complete. The numbers don't match, but you never know. Still 531K. That's better than nothing. Better than a kick in the head, for sure. No, not landing gear down. What are you doing?
Landing gear up. Approved to dock.
It's a little harder to do because I can't see outside the ship. Oh, we got it. Son of a bitch.
Hey.
All right. Engines off. Power
The
down.
engines are off.
Let's see if we can refuel this thing and get off. Landing. Well, it said quantum fuel at 100%, so when I go to take it out again, we'll hope for the best. Let's say we abandon ship, Jim.
Reject.
I've had about enough Hull C for now. See, things like this 2 years ago, we were like, no, it don't work. It's broken.
Yeah.
To get that armor currently, Jim, you have to murder NPCs, right? Crime stat stuff?
No.
No?
You can do it by knocking them out. Kill them.
Oh, I did not even think of that.
Why do you want to go and get some?
I've wanted to grab that set. I was trying to pick a spot where I'm like, I didn't mind if I had to do the crime stat thing.
You've got to be a bit of a ninja.
Oh, sorry, I didn't press any buttons.
Oh, we'll just stand here in the elevator looking at us. I've never got a crime stat for grabbing it anyway.
Cool. Then I I have not explored the way.
Welcome
So
to the
what ships
ASOC
we've got
vehicle
here.
retrieval system. Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Something
Yeah.
dinky.
I get reminded of that all the time. I have a Manticore helmet
Has been sent.
sitting in my inventory someplace, but yeah. The rest of it, no.
Please visit us again. Goodbye.
I'm just going to wait to. I've just claimed the Pisces, so that's all we really need to get to the.
Okay.
If they're at Astor's Harbour, if not, we can go elsewhere. We'll jump over to Astor's.
That backpack is part of the suit as well, and it's a heavy backpack, is it?
It's almost heavy. It's not quite. It's like, I think it's 1500 or something rather than the.
No.
Vehicle selected.
Oh, actually, I could do with the other one. This one doesn't have storage.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the follow. Please visit it. Welcome to the
Right.
ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
Take the rescue. It's got slightly more storage.
Cool,
Or
cool.
something else, actually.
Your insurance claim has been sent. Thank you. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Yeah. So the trick is to follow the guy that's wearing it. Wait till no one's watching, and then knock him out and grab it.
Sweet.
But it's difficult to grab it all at once, so it's worth setting up with the Pisces that you can chuck anywhere, and then you can just chuck the bits in the back and then be on your way with the without a crime stat.
Cool. Well, I'm game. Show me the way, man.
Yeah. There are a few places you can get it that don't necessarily have to be Astor's. It doesn't always. You haven't always got someone walking around at Astor's Harbour, so.
Hopefully those missions will come back soon, though, where you actually do stuff there where you have to kill the NPCs, and then
Yeah.
it's not such a big deal.
Welcome
Yeah.
to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
You know what? That never even occurred to me to handle it, because that's how people would ask me, like, how do you? I was like, I'm doing Vaughn missions. They're like, how do you deal with the crime stat? I'm like, what crime stat? You just get this guy, get a missile lock on this guy, pick your target, pull him away.
Yep.
Now that is a little bit cheesy though. Jump and then jump back, and then the ship just sits there. Just walk in and knock him out. Loot.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
There we go.
Please
Okay,
visit
let's
us
go.
again.
All right, cool.
Bye.
Well, thank you, man. I would have accepted just an answer. I didn't expect a personal tour of the process, but you know.
I've got to help you find him. So he might not be there, but if not, we'll go to somewhere else.
Is that a scalpel you got on your back there?
Yeah.
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 Yeah. That's the wife's favorite weapon in the game.
Yeah.
And she's
That's
deadly
the
with
one
it.
pull out. Yeah, that's the one I pull out when Pook starts messing about shooting me. I'll pull the FS9, he'll carry on, but if I pull out the scalpel, he'll go, oh, okay, that's enough.
Oh yeah, jump sheet.
Want to grab that ramp?
Oh, yep, we'll do. She's ready to go, Captain.
Oh, we're at Pyro Gateway. It's alright, I was confused then. I thought we were close. It's going to be a bit of a jump. But,
I'm still laughing at myself. That's a simple, elegant solution that I've used in other scenarios. Why I didn't think to use it here? It's beyond me. All I kept thinking to myself is like, man, that's a lot of people. There's a lot of dudes here. To get that one guy, I'm gonna have to kill so many dudes. I'm gonna be in jail for half a day. I was like, I even considered doing it on my alt account that I do, that just has the Mustang starter when I like to do playthroughs online with him starting from 0 or whatever. I was like, maybe I'll get him. He can go murder him. Then he can just sit there. He'll give me the armor and he can just sit in jail for days. I don't care. As a matter of fact, that brings up another thing that I was yesterday days old when I found out. I didn't know people did that. They park an alt in jail and basically just leave them there and collect all the shit. And then when their main goes, they log in the other account and just hand off the shit and you're out like that. You're like, what?
Yeah.
That's what's hard about a sandbox game like this. Because if it's out there, players will figure it out. Whatever, the path of least resistance, they will always find it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you need lazy people in your game dev.
To break it, yeah.
Yeah.
He's a good poochie. Yeah, you're a good poochie. You guys are so weird. The cat lays in the dog bed, the dog lays in the cat bed. I mean, they're happy, I guess. Aren't you? I just saw on Pook's stream the other day, after he got that new rig, I knew he was putting together a killer rig, but then I noticed when he does the gear cam when he's away, when he's AFK, I'm assuming that's his gaming PC mounted to the wall in front of him.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, and then
That's
the streamer on the left. Yeah,
bloody beautiful.
it looks cool, doesn't it? Yeah.
That's a badass case.
Yeah.
I've seen the desks, the clear top desks that have like a system like that built into them.
Yeah,
and I considered one of those for a long time, and then I think I saw like the setup he's got. I saw, like on Pinterest or something, but I'd never seen one in the live with somebody that I knew. I was like, that is just killer. That's badass. That's a man cave awesome essential there.
Yeah, definitely. Nearly there.
Oh, no worries. I did kind of have us out in the boonies there. Oh, Misty Meow took off the other day. What other stuff does she stream?
She'll do Farm Sim. Yeah, so it's a Giant's partner still for Farm Sim.
Gotcha.
She does ATS. She's been trying a few different games recently. So I mean, Farm Sim's not got a massive following, that kind of thing. So
right,
it's less lucrative to kind of stream things that. It's not all about the money, obviously, but it's nice to have try and increase your number of viewers, that kind of thing. Because whenever she streams, she's quite a good energy. It's quite amusing, so it's worth just see what. It's difficult to explain. It's a bit like Becky on Blast, if you know Becky.
I do.
So it's that kind of similar chaos.
I love that. Yeah. Yeah, it's something that I've very recently gone back and forth with. Star Citizen, not the biggest following in the world, but it's niche enough that like everybody watches each other, right? Like,
yeah, exactly.
Like there's a divide between like the top end streamers and everybody else that sits in the 100 and below category. But everybody in that 100 below category, they all seem to look out for each other, which is really cool. So that helps build up a following.
Yeah.
We all share those same viewers, which is really cool.
Yeah, sub-communities. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's unfortunate for me. I love to play so many different types of games, and I'm not afraid to do that a day or two every couple of weeks. If I feel like playing Division 2 or something, and people will show up, but you notice right away like the difference in viewers. I just struggle with it. If I had my choice, I'd be a variety streamer. I would just stream me playing games, but people don't know me, and they know those games. And there's 100 streamers out there, 1,000 streamers out there that play those games. So it's really hard to get your foot in playing a variety. So I don't know. So I kind of stick with Star Citizen. It's my main thing, and I'll sneak in other things here and there just for fun.
Have you passed out?
Yes, I passed out.
Oh, so
I'm back.
Good
up. Sabrina, my wife, told me about that the other day. She was riding in the jump seat in the Asgard. She's like, "You black out really quick in these things." I was like, "Yeah, it's a little different than riding in the front seat." There we go.
Landing gear deployed.
How the hell did they get that saber in there? Okay, let's find somewhere to chuck this. Oh. Trees are in the way. Okay, let's try here.
Are we setting respawn in here or no need?
Unless you do something silly, we're probably going to be okay, but if we do get engaged, just try and make your way back. You won't need your gun out. You just need to find the zones where they sit. Try this end for... The fact there's 2 or 3 ships here suggests that people might have already been.
Gotcha.
Huh, pointed guns at me already. I come in B.
You're not our leader.
Yeah, no one up there. This job is much easier when it's in the daylight. If you head down the right hand path, I'll head down the left path.
Alrighty.
Let me know when you find someone.
I'll be in Scotland before ye.
Yeah. The hell.
I don't think so, puppers. You are not the guy I'm looking for. I see you, puppers.
Yeah, not seeing him here. Let's head to the next port of call.
Already. You be good. We're busy. Tell you what, when we get in the ship, I'll take you out again. Although I think you're full of crap. You just want to go sniff things. I know. But I don't want to tempt fate, so. Last time I did that, she's like, yeah, I'll give you something to sniff.
Let me just check this route.
It's okay. Just give me a minute.
You want to go and jump in the sea? I'll fly us to the next point and start looking.
All right, no sweat. No sweat. All right, folks, Jim, I'll be right back. Wait. Dear, that is because you're already in charge of too many things. And you're right, you weren't here. Jim is teaching me how to get you fancy armor.
Oh, 2 sets will cost extra.
I can always come back and get her set.
No, you've got to have your memory erased once you've been once, I'm afraid.
And to sleep I go.
Yep.
What was that, Sabrina? What about your memory? It's better than mine? Yeah.
I've not seen any ships yet, so that's a good sign.
That is a good sign.
And again, we're 16k out, so... Oh, there's a ship down.
I could get used to this passenger thing.
Landing gear deployed. Landing complete.
I've just seen it. Oh, I think I've just seen it. You might want to step aside a moment, because I need to be quick.
All right, no problem.
Sorry, I don't apologize the other way. I think I've just seen it, so it was
No
moving.
sweat.
Where did you go, sir? Where did you go? Going that way. Through. Ah, there he is. Oh, bugger. I think we're going to have to get violent with this lot.
Oh, I see him. That's it, buddy. Go. Get right in the ship. Keep going.
Come with me into this little room, sir.
Hey, you guys,
Come
why
on
don't
here.
you guys watch me? Hey, pay attention to me, y'all.
Come over here, sir.
You guys are heavily armed. No, not you. You
He's run
guys.
off that way. He's run off that way.
Yeah.
Don't run away, sir. Oh, he's hiding. Got it. Down.
Knee to the face. That was awesome.
Did anyone see us? Wait till I get. See if I get shot.
Okay, they're
Okay,
pointing in
go.
that direction, but I don't think anybody saw you.
Okay, let's go. Just be ready to cover me. Oh, the ramp. So it is open. Sorry, I left it. Okay, right. Do you want to come in and close the door? Just wait there a sec while I do that.
Grim deeds, folks. Grim deeds. At least,
Oh, good.
at least we're not playing ice cream music or anything.
Yeah.
Hop in the van.
What's the chopper?
So I've knocked things out before, but I've never been witness to that. Like watching that from the outside, you literally like grabbed his head and kneed him in the face. It was awesome.
Oh, struggling for room. 1 sec.
That was bloody epic.
Right, seems like the trousers are too. See if I can carry that. Oh, good, I can get it all in my rucksack. Good. Right, do you want to just
Open the door?
Yes, please.
Yes, sir. All right, sir. We've had enough of you. Get out.
So now we just need to head to a station where I can chuck this somewhere and we can transfer it to you somehow. Let's have a quick look to make sure, see if there's anything else.
Suggested that
All right.
gaining knowledge by observation alone won't cut it for them. Their uniqueness
Actually,
for interfering with the course of nature
is that what I
has been
think it is?
apparent
That
since
looks to
their very
me
beginning.
like a
Pushing along,
a turret
accelerating
from
their
a Hornet.
evolution much faster
Oh.
than nature intended.
the
Motivated by self-preservation,
the
a
Heartseeker turret. You know, the
survival
one that's got
instinct
the
in its purest
Yep.
and most primitive.
the Gatling.
They
turret.
know
The
and
Gatlings, yeah.
destroy everything around them.
Just checking, see if there's any more of these guys. No. Winner, winner, chicken dinner, sir.
Well. I think I should be able to pull that off.
Yeah. No one's ever had something looked easy and then did it straight away. So failed completely.
I am pretty sure I will knee somebody in the face and get shot to death because I didn't
Yeah.
see people seeing me.
Yeah, you've got to be careful.
And I don't know what kind of range you have to be outside of, because from where I was standing, there were like two guys like right next to me, and I would have thought they would have
but
seen
they were
you.
looking at they were looking at you. They weren't looking at me.
Yeah.
Got to pick your moment and then just think, screw it. Otherwise, it's a world of pain. You have to slaughter everyone.
Will the in-cap guys wake up after time? I've never kept one around long enough to find out.
Well, slightly funny story. The other day, I killed what I thought I'd killed 4 people, 5 people, 6 people. Or I pulled 6 people from one of the OLP missions, stripped them into my ship, and I thought I'll get back to the station. I'll strip them of their own. When I got out of my seat after arriving at the station, they're all stood there looking at me. And as soon as I noticed them, they all started saying, like, don't shoot me, so I killed them all. But, yeah, so they can wake up.
That's awesome. I assume that's how some people have put the Korea guards in their brigs and their Polarises and such.
Yeah.
They've in-capped them and then just placed them there.
Yeah, pretty... Night for you. Oh, no, survived. No. They were sleeping on the job.
Jim, this last patch, did you have any luck getting any equipment for ships to persist?
Not for ships.
No.
Just other stuff.
Yeah, all my other stuff is, for the most part, looted things, transfer, no problem. But doesn't matter where I get the components from. If they're from my own exploded ship, I expect them to go. But if I tear them off of somebody else's ship, you know, sitting outside an asteroid, I thought maybe, but nope. Yeah. Those are gone too. Man, if they fix that, that would be amazing.
Right, let's get this stuff into your inventory.
Alrighty. At this point, it's not even about the money, right? It's just the time it takes to re-outfit those things.
Yeah.
Oh, do I need to offload them, or do you have them?
No, I've got some of them. I'll get you the others while
okay.
you're doing what you need to do. Let's see if I can transfer this stuff. That's the core suit.
Cool.
That's the core legs.
Should be able to get both of those at once, yeah?
Yeah, I hope so.
And dump those. Got him.
And then... let's see the arms. Have you put those into your thing?
They're in the kiosk.
The rucksack. Where the hell are the arms? I had the arms.
Do.
Okay, last two pieces. Oh.
There we go. Awesome. Thank you, sir. That was simpler than I was making the whole thing.
Huh.
Well, now if you don't mind a twin, of course I gotta wear the shit. So.
Oh no, you can't. You're not allowed to do that.
No.
It won't suit you like it suits me. Of course. Yours will look very different.
Oh, it's the cape. The cape is the thing.
Yeah, look at the floaty kit.
Cape is definitely the thing. There it is. Nice.
Easy money.
That was indeed awesome, sir. Oh, I've left my drinks in the other backpack. There we go. Wow, floaty cape. Speaking of World of Warcraft, that's what I feel like when I jump around like that. I'm just hanging by the bank.
Oh god, yeah. Back in the day. Alright. Cool. Anything else that you're struggling with you need to address?
No, not that I can think of. That was just one that I thought I was going to eat the crime staff for, but like I said, didn't even occur to me to try to knock one out.
Assassin. That's it.
Time do we got here? 2:30? Let's see here. Bunch of orange level Drake Cutlass needs assistance.
Ooh.
Ship under attack.
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system. Your insurance claim has been sent. Thank you. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Interesting, my Merc tab is filled with stuff. Is it because of our location?
I guess it must be. Be one of those if you want.
What do we feel like?
I'm easy. Not done the groundwork for a little while. Been mostly chasing bounties and stuff. So. What am I doing for weaponry? My only issue at the minute is I can't use my Medipen. It just does not want to select.
That is odd. Could have swore I saw a bounty in here. Where'd it go? What I'm not seeing is the 120k ambush. Well, there it is. Should we go kill a Starfarer and whatever's hanging out with it?
Yeah, if you want.
No, that was not the mission I wanted. Oh, never mind. It was. You want to take separate ships, or you want to gun them down in an Asgard?
No, I'll take separate ships, and then you can zip off if you need to, whatever.
Okay.
I just called the Hornet. Oh, it's ready.
Yeah, it'll take me a minute to. Where are we?
Everest.
Everest. Okay. Yeah, I'll need to call something over here real quick, so it'll just be a couple minutes. If you're going to take the Hornet, I'll grab the Guardian.
Your insurance claim has been sent. Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility. Your insurance claim has been thank you.
All right, just be a minute 50.
Please visit us again. Goodbye.
And I've got the 2 seats for when you get shot down, so okay.
Right on. And I've got an empty hold in the back, you know, so you can
Yeah.
you can just hang out in there with the components.
Yeah.
Jim never gets shot down though.
Oh, I do frequently.
Me too. Less when there's less when there's 2 of us.
Yeah. It does happen.
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
Just another 20 seconds or so, and we'll get mine called up. Yeah, I don't mind chaining a few of these together. We can do whatever. We can do the headhunter side too, if you'd rather do the patrol ones. The Eckhart ones, I don't either. I'm not high enough that just the patrols with multiple ships aren't available yet. I don't honestly know, or if they even have them. If it's the same as the headhunter side.
I'm back.
Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the
Feels too much like flying a turret for me, that.
The Guardian?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get why people like it. It's kind of cool inside, but visibility is a bit of an issue for me as well with that. It's been quite encapsulated, is the word.
I dig it quite a bit. But then again, there's scarcely a ship that I don't care for in some fashion.
They're all cool in some way.
I do love my Super Hornet, though. That is absolutely one of my favorite ships to fly and fight in. I'm just trying to get more used to the Guardian. As far as heavy fighters go, I do like the way she performs better than the F8. Just maneuvers a little bit better.
I don't have an F8, but from what I've seen, I own F8s that really nerf them, basically. They absolutely kill the things.
Yeah. All right, take it off.
Heavy, I think I'd probably go Scorpius or something like that.
I do love those as well. Scorpius is an awesome ship. Hassar, how you doing? Good to see you.
Don't forget to share the mission.
Oh. I thought that I had, but...
I might have missed it. I did dip for a drink. So.
Oh, that's okay. Here you go.
Yep. Pocket red, eh? Very good.
I thought I was going to like the blackout paint they had for it, but it was really just a lot of dark, and the red accents weren't in the cool places, so kind of stuck with this one.
Ah, where's the contract gone? Ah, there it is.
Got it?
It untracked itself, yeah, it's alright. See what it does there.
Oh, the black and red on the Ghost is awesome, buddy. Life in the Verse is good today. Had a couple successful Hull C runs, ran some stuff in the Caterpillar, beat up some poor NPCs with Jim. Now we're going to go blast some things. There was a server error on this server back to back, but I mean, it's been okay. Right. Guess we'll go hide in the cloud.
wait for them to show up.
Right.
Preparatory checklist complete. Time to wait.
Are we both having to hide in here, or did it trigger with just one of us?
It triggered when you got in, but
okay.
Then I got the little message as well when I got in on the screen. So.
Gotcha.
"15 seconds. Let's try and hit this stuff if there's anything with the metal axes rather than lasers, I guess.
Make sure I'm not bothered while we're working.
That hammerhead isn't part of this one, is it?
I hope not.
It better not be. That'll be the first time I've seen a hammerhead in one of these 120 missions. Well, that would be shit. I think he's just out here though. Because usually it's like a Connie in a Starfarer or a Reclaimer.
Red, though.
He is, yeah.
Oh no. Get ready. There's company coming your way.
That's the target.
That's the target.
I think that hammerhead's part of it. Oh, bugger.
Alright.
Oh.
That hammerhead is absolutely part of it. I've been ignore the hammerhead?
Let's see what we can do with...
See if we can take the Starfarer down fast enough and get the hell out.
Yeah, let's get some lasers there. Can you take him while I try and absorb some hammerhead loving?
Sure. I think so.
Wow, shield's down already. Jesus.
Oop. That hammerhead's banging on me a little bit. Shit, and an asteroid. The Starfarer was looking really bad, though. Hey, Asar, that's good to know. So the Foxwell rep, the Orange Patrol, can spawn a Prowler that has the Eclipse power plant. Nice. You hanging in there, Jim?
I'm dead. That hammerhead. Oh my god.
Yeah, it snuck up and got my shields, and then I was trying to put the Starfarer between me and the asteroid on the other side to block the hammerhead, and then I smacked into the asteroid on the other side.
Oh, you're joking. I'll fight that. It needs another kind of ship.
We can do that. It respawned me in Area 18. That's where I had been last. So I'll just grab my Connie or Corsair and...
Yeah. I'll go Corsair, I think. I'll have to... I don't know if it's here, actually. I'm at Seraphim.
Pleb, what's going on? That's funny. He was just blaming you.
We were doing fine until Plebby appeared.
I mean, it is true. We've accomplished a lot today.
Yeah.
Pleb, there's a hammerhead with your name on it. Will you come take care of that, please? I've done like, I don't even know how many of these wait in the asteroid and ambush missions that I've done with the Starfarer and the C2s and all that. And there's never been a hammerhead spawn once in those. Until now. You're too tired to fly. Oh, I understand, buddy.
No.
Flippin' work.
Oh, Corsair's ready. Good.
Now that Invictus is over, I really need to reset myself in a station so that I don't have to walk to the damn hangars all the time. I figured, Blep. I haven't seen you in a few days, so I figured you was working hard, buddy.
Oh, I haven't upgraded this yet. It's a vanilla.
A vanilla one.
Yes. It's base.
I think I've got attritions on mine.
Yeah, don't put attritions on it.
I have the other equipment. I need to trade out some other stuff. I have some power plants and shields and things, but just hadn't got around to that yet. But the attritions and whatever the best industrial and civilian crap that I could put on there at the time was. Not that you necessarily need that with the Connie and the Corsair. They pretty much do okay with what they got.
Now arriving.
Speaking of attritions, I switched back on my, I think we might have talked about that already, and if we did, I'm getting old, forgive me, but I put the CFs back on the Asgard. I just like that the cockpit shakes. It really has nothing to do with DPS.
Ah, right, okay.
Although I am better keeping on target with CFs just because of the velocity, but when you're doing something, killing something like the Starfarer or something like that, I noticed that the attritions aren't on it. But I left the size 4 in the turret as attritions because usually the wife's with me, so I figure that'll add a nice little DPS boost when she's riding along.
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
She really surprises me how much she's taken to this game. It's not one that she was super, super interested in. Even when her late husband backed the project and stuff, she's like, nah, that's not for me. But then she saw me doing stuff like the SRV and the cargo stuff. She's like, I could get into that. And now she even likes flying her ship. She won't do combat stuff. She'll do it like in a turret with me, but... And then the FPS. FPS is her jam, and if the game has a sniper rifle, she's all about that.
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system. Please visit us. Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
Alright, it says it's on pad. Let's find her. Yes, you do love snipering. You're rather good at it. She knows I get frustrated with her because we'll go to do something, and then I'm like, babe, there's a guy over. Pow! Never mind. Like, I target them, and she kills them from 100 meters away. I'm pretty sure when we do FPS stuff, do the ground pounding stuff, my mission when I play with her is to draw them out, and then she kills them.
Yeah, meat shield.
I'm not complaining either. It's fun and we have a good time. It's just sometimes I like to shoot things too.
I often like a different kind of challenge, so go and do bunkers without any weapons. That kind of thing. Elect your weapons, you're there. Yeah.
Yeah, take a pistol and a flight suit and see what you can put together.
Pistol, that's cheating. No, use bare hands.
Oh, bear. Well, you taught me that today.
Hardcore, man.
Gotta take a knife at least, because I never use those otherwise.
Yeah, if you're gonna go and skin a rabbit.
I mean, it's kind of what we did with the guy with the armor. We basically skinned the poor guy.
Yeah. He'll just wake up with a headache. He'll be fine.
He'll be fine.
Just a flesh wound.
Oh, I can't wait till they give us bounty hunting ships and we can take guys like that and lock them away.
Yeah.
They wake up in your hold. Like, what the hell happened? Why are you wearing my shit?
Well, that's why I pledged the Avenger Titan, the originally, because you read about it's a bounty hunter. You'll be doing this and this and this in the game. I'm thinking, yeah, that sounds cool.
Oh, if they only
actually,
make it there.
None of that yet.
I mean, I quite like the spaceship part of it, but yeah, when I can take a captive and put them in a hold, that'd make me so happy. Yeah, that was the Stalker, I think, Asar, yeah. Or did they build the original Avenger like that before they actually had the variant? That you were going to be able to do that? I don't remember.
I mean, when I pledged it, there wasn't even a ship. It was
yeah.
In fact, no, there wasn't a hangar. There's a little bit later on they produced a hangar so you could look in that, and then a ship appeared that you couldn't get into, but you could walk around. But yeah, it was the one that had got the you could keep your bounties locked away across from the bed, if I remember. I can't remember which ship it was exactly. Although it'd probably tell me if I looked in the website.
I think it's what turned out to be the Stalker, but it was not the Stalker back then. I think they only had the one variant. And like you said, it didn't actually exist for a while, and then you could go look at it in the hangar. I missed those hangars. Those hangars were awesome. Could park all your ships in them, look at them,
Yeah. Oh,
and do nothing else.
I've landed right next to them. Damn it.
I'm 22G. I'm out. I am on the way, though.
Where did that nasty thing go? It was closing on me.
It can bugger off for all I care. It wasn't supposed to be there. It wasn't supposed to be that kind of mission, Jim. It was just supposed to be a chill, let's beat up some freighters with your friend type of thing. I didn't mean for us to actually have to fight. $13 GM, you hanging in there? All right, Jim, I'm here.
Gonna get the hammerhead's attention.
All right. I've tried to move around the other side and picking up the Starfarer again. Starfarer will be dead in a sec.
There we go.
Alright, Starfarer's done bugging out unless you want to try to kill that thing.
Hell no, I'm not going to kill that thing. Whoa, it's on me, it's on me.
It's on both of us. I'm taking shots too. Jesus, you bitchy thing. Leave me alone.
I'm heading to UL4, I think. Yeah. Oh my God,
Arc L4 is what's in my sights. I'm going to try to get there.
Yeah.
All right. I think we're good.
There we go. I'm out of the way. That's enough.
Same. How red did you get?
Yay. I didn't get red, but my back shield was down, so I spun vertical, and the top shield went down really fast, and I was like, I'm gonna die.
I'm gonna guess my ass end is hanging open. Yes, it certainly is.
Oh, I didn't check mine. Could be. Yep, sure enough.
I'm game for another mission though, as long as we last. You want to pick one and share it?
Yeah, no, you go for it. You go for it.
Okay. I just don't know that I have same variety that you have available. I don't know how much of these. I don't know how much of these you've done with Pooks, so. Are these 78k assist to ship any good?
I'm not sure. He normally just points us in a direction and we go.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, let's pick one. Let's do.
So I just have the cheap 30k patrols. Those are weak ones. Those are no fun. You could try the headhunter side too. Space Patrol, Headhunters, 74k. What else do we have?
A few Foxwells at 53. Now let's do the 70.
Okay, I'll go back.
It'll be okay.
The assist, the Cutlass Black, like I was talking, or?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
You'll need to get straight in with the missiles, I suppose, to try and get some.
Yeah.
Well,
it said unavailable.
You had something accepted in priority, then that was weird.
I think that's the Polaris mission that's sitting there.
Oh, okay.
There we go, Sharon. That's weird that one has us going to yellow. That's fine with me if it's fine with you. I'm just looking for something to do.
I mean, fine. Let's do it.
Thanks for grabbing this. Just spoke to the pilot and they're anxiously awaiting your arrival. Don't let us down.
Yeah, torque and balance here too. All the weapons work though, so we're good.
Quantum drive is now on.
I still quite like this ship. I'm glad that they kind of brought the guns back to where they were. Almost.
Yeah. This is one that I melted the Avenger for, actually, and then bought this one. Oh no, it was the Ghost that I melted. So I went from the Avenger to the Ghost to this.
Oh, nice.
And then got rid of this because I wasn't happy and bought like 3 other ships with the same cash. So.
Yeah, the Avenger was my original as well. Had that for years and years, didn't touch anything until we had something that was somewhat playable as far as like cargo went. And then, well, no, before cargo, I did upgrade the Avenger to a black, and I had the black for a while.
Yeah,
and
I
then
got the black eventually. Yeah.
Then I went to a freelancer max because I wanted to focus on like the cargo stuff that was coming out and running commodities and stuff. And then from there, fast forward to 2.5 years ago when I was like, let's see what's going on Star Citizen. I haven't looked in a long time. Holy crap, look at everything you can play. And then money fell out of my wallet all over the place.
Yes, I've had that same problem.
I seem to have it under control now. I'm at a level where it's like, if it's really cool, we'll finagle something and add maybe $50, but otherwise I'd just kind of try to stick with what I have, and maybe once in a while something new will come that I can make a, melt and buy that instead.
Yeah, I've got a locked Polaris in the garage and stuff. I can't melt at all. Not because there's nothing available, but because I attached it to a referral ship.
Jim, same thing. It's my quad.
Oops.
My quad is a Polaris.
Yeah.
But that was almost we did think that through, and that was a decision we made. The wife and I really like having it. And again, streaming, it's fun to have a ship like that. All right, I am here, and they are engaging whoever already.
Yeah, I see.
Mayday, mayday! Outlaws are attacking my ship!
So we need to be quick.
Yep.
I'll hit the... What is that? Oh, it's the Terrapin.
Off me so I can work.
Trying to keep the fighters off you so you can work, you goofy little guy. Here we are trying to help him out. I'm having a hard time hitting the 300i that I blew the wing off of. We might be able to ignore him and pick this guy up for a sec. And of course, that is a blade, also missing a wing.
Keep them off us so we can work. If you don't do something, that ship is toast. Hey, you're doing good. Keep it up.
Oh, I've been driving fighters around for days. Even the Asgard moves quicker than this.
Off me so I can work. Focus. That ship is in serious trouble.
Who down?
Pressure on him.
Yep, looks like M50's all that's left. There we go.
Don't back down now.
Oh no, that 300i is spinning out of control still. See if I can get missile on him.
You've got to keep them off us so we can work. Quick, save that ship before it's too late. Alright, not seeing any more hostiles.
There we go.
Looks like you're clear. Scans are clear of targets.
They say we're clear, but that, there we go.
Not picking up any hostile activity. Giving you the all clear. You've got to keep them off us so we can work.
They keep telling us we're all clear, but guys keep showing up.
Ship is toast.
Contact.
Not picking up any hostile activity. Giving you the all clear. I'm heading out. Take care.
All right, now it's over.
Scans are
Too easy.
clean. Job well done.
Let's see what else we got. How about this one? Did that share okay, bud?
Yep, got it.
Cool.
Good. I think we're in the clear now. This is Walton with Foxwell. We've got a hot tip on where these outlaws are going to be traveling, so this is a great chance to do some good. Bring your A game and plenty of ammo. Count on you.
Drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off.
Find a spot to hide and power down.
Online.
You're all set. Settle in and keep chilly until they arrive.
Howdy.
Let's do this.
Good. Now all we have to do is wait for them to show up.
See, people
There we
pick
go.
on that
I
little
wasn't in the
US.
cloud.
You weren't. People pick on that little USB fan that's on the dashboard of these things. It's working wonders, keeping the smoke out of the cockpit.
Watch your radar and make sure no
Damn
one
it.
catches us off guard.
Okay, right, that's a priority target.
The Vanguard.
Yeah, we don't want any nasties flying off that at us.
If that one's one of the ones with distortion and we soft death him, he might have the stealth coolers on him. Just worth noting. But I'm usually good just blowing them the hell out of here.
Hostiles inbound.
All
Let's
right.
go.
Missile locked. Missile locked.
Vanguard's toast.
Friendly fire. Shield system busy. Congratulations.
Nicely done.
Boom.
You were tough, but you were
Yeah,
tough.
Splash, she's done.
Sending creds your way. Thanks for clearing up that
Let's see,
contract.
310. I can probably squeeze another one or two.
I'm gonna have to depart, I'm afraid.
Are you okay, Jim? Well, I enjoyed it, man. Thank you for hanging out, buddy.
Yeah, it's been good. Thank you.
Not a problem. Not a problem. Thanks for the armor. Thanks for keeping me company in this and the Hull Sea.
Yeah.
Well, if you're heading out, I might go ahead and run back as well.
Did you check the ship?
Oh, thank you. I forgot. See if we can find him.
Let me blow this one up so it's not clouding it. There we go. No, it must have proper popped.
Yeah, I think so. Oh well, no biggie. I never even saw him fire. I don't know if he was a sentinel or not. Right, I am off to Beijing.
Quantum drive is now on.
Whenever people say Virginia, I always think that Nutini, you know, the Jawas.
From the Jawas. Houdini. I'm wondering how long they're going to leave that Hunt the Polaris thing up. I thought they were only going to do that through Invictus, but it's in the PTU still. That could just mean it's attached to the build that they have and they haven't turned it off so people can test, but maybe I'm wrong about how long they were going to run it.
Yeah, not sure. Right, dude. Thanks for the games. It was fun.
Absolutely, Jim. We'll see you next time, buddy. Take care.
Yeah, take it easy. Bye. Bye.
Bye-bye. And that is almost where we're going to call it for the day, too, folks. I'm going to get back here to Arcor and get settled. Then we'll see if we can get a jump on the remaining yard work I have to do. I mean, it's an ongoing process. We'll have a few days left to work on other stuff, but I need to try to get the majority of these rocks off the road. Do I want to go Pacini or do I want to go down to Area 18? I'll do Area 18 for now. I'll worry about moving up to the stations later. We can do that tomorrow. I've got to run to Seraphim tomorrow and pick up some of the extra components that we were going to put on the Connie and the Corsair. And I think I have enough to outfit the Cutlass Black as well. Then we're in pretty good shape. Till the next patch comes. I initially wasn't going to worry about them. I'd just leave them stock, but I find that I really enjoy these combat missions when I'm not sure what else to do. So it helps to have a variety of ships that are set up the way you like and gun to the teeth. Yeah, I'm kind of scared from what I saw with the dynamic rain and stuff. Oops. We're going to get... We might not make it out of the safe zone here. That's all right. Free parking. Well, not free parking. Maybe. Nope. Well, that saved us the trouble, I suppose. Let's pay whatever fines we have to. We'll get the Hornet back here.
Your insurance claim has been sent.
Obey all security and customs personnel at all times. Their job is your safety.
Pay our fine.
Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility.
Claim the MX.
Your insurance claim has been sent.
they hit us with trespassing, so let's go clear the crime stat real fast. Lest I forget. Good deal.
Your personal belongings are your personal responsibility. Monitor your luggage at all times.
Welcome to the ASOC Vehicle Retrieval System. Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Please visit us again.
Memorial Spaceport.
Goodbye.
Servicing the greater Area 18 metropolitan area. We hope you have safe travels wherever your final destination may be.
Okay, folks, and that's where I'm going to leave it today. Thank you so much for joining me. I appreciate it tons. Thank you for the new follows. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate that tons. It was good to see you, Teaspoonies. Hopefully we'll see you again soon. Until tomorrow, everybody, take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. 07s. We'll see you back here tomorrow in the verse. Take care, everybody. Have a great night.